You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Ball, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Leicestershire and Durham. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC, as it does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the summer. In this case, BBC Radio's Leicester and Newcastle, and BBC Sport. Myself, Richard Ray, for the former. Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm delighted to say Michelle Hewitt from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast is joining us for the final day. Durham are batting on, folks. They are resuming their second innings on 296 for 2, with 2 unbeaten Centurions at the crease. Alex Lees, double centurion in the game. He's 138 not out. David Beddingham is 112 not out. Remember, Durham already lead by 391 runs. So there'll be those who think, I'm sure, that this is a slightly defensive move on their part. A little bit of extra security, clearly, in their mind. It is a fast outfield, it is a flat pitch. We are using Kookaburra balls, which don't do as much, and there is one short boundary. Even so, Michelle, it does seem a slightly... Is negative a fair word to describe them batting on? Or is it slightly nervous? Surprising?
It's certainly peculiar. I wasn't expecting this today. I expected when turning up the ground that Durham would declare overnight. I think they're top of the table. We spoke before coming on air about how many points what's the points differential here to gambling for the win. It's not an awful lot. So I guess the question now is, how many overs are they going to bat on, and was it worth it for that amount of overs?
Exactly that. How many are they going to use up? Overs that they might yet need to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. Callum Parkinson is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Beddingham, who hits high and over. Rishi Patel for 6. So there aren't going to be too many overs, but Beddingham, something of a statement of intent. Off drives the first ball high over long off for a huge 6, and then he stretches a bit as though, well, that's a way of warming up.
So maybe they've just answered the question there. They're not intending to bat for very long. They're going to make hay whilst they can. And maybe it's to just demoralise the Leicestershire bowlers just for the first few overs in the morning.
Indeed. Parkinson is in again, and Beddingham goes back, cuts, and he's got that one away behind square on the offside. Colin Ackerman has to chase down the Milligan Road boundary, and he does so, gets his throw away 2 to Beddingham, and the 300 is up for Durham. 304 now for 2. Beddingham onto 120, better than a runner ball. So perhaps a bit unfair to use the word negative, but it's just in the context of them batting on, basically, because even if they were to declare at the end of this over, it would be 3 overs lost. In goes Parkinson, smashed high, over long on for another 6. I wish the school children were here today, because they'd be rather enjoying this. They would be so impressed with county cricket. 6-2-6.
First time at Grace Road this season, and
Welcome to Leicester.
I'm getting full enjoyment and entertainment.
Well, Leicestershire retreat, literally. The fielders back off. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, everybody heading to the boundary, with the exception of Matt Salisbury, who's at sort of deepish gully. Parkinson is in. Beddingham is chopping it off the front foot into the offside, and will have to be content on this occasion with a single. 311 for 2. Remember, add 100, take off 5 if you want the lead. So 411, take off 5, 406 is now the lead. Parkinson over the wicket to Alex Lees, who's down the wicket but then works it through mid on. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. One taken by Lees. 312 for 2. Parkinson back round the wicket to the big hitting Beddingham, tosses it up. Beddingham drives just short, top edges, and it goes towards Salisbury. Drops about 3 feet short of the former Durham man. Well, that was an interesting start. 312, so that is 16 off the first over of the day. Beddingham on to 127, Lees 139. Here comes the update. It has just started. In fact, we've had an over, and a spectacular over it was. David Beddingham hit Callum Parkinson's first ball, the first ball of the day, for a massive 6. Cleared the ropes again with another 6 later in the over. In fact, he took it for 16. Durham surprisingly batting on, adding to their overnight lead, which was 391. They've extended that to well over 400. It seems a little bit of overkill on their part, and they're using up overs they might need to try and bowl Leicestershire out later in the day. But it looks like it's going to be an entertaining start to the day, with Durham in their second innings now, 312 for 2. Back with you online, and Michelle will take over the commentary from the Bennett end.
Most definitely. And as we rejoin, and immediately that Lees cuts into the offside, and they come through for 1 run.
Bit of a thankless task, isn't it, if you're bowling in under these? You might pick up a couple of wickets, I suppose, but you know you're going to go the distance. Eddie Barnes, Leicestershire's Yorkshire born seamer, has got the short straw, would you say? I think fairly short.
Yeah, you got to say it's something of a short straw, just because it feels like a dead period of the game. The Leicestershire fielders will be wondering, well, when is the declaration coming? And not even so much in the sense of we've got to bat to save this match, but just in terms of what's the game plan here.
The game plan for Leicester is that everybody's on the boundary.
Barnes in again, and Beddingham on strike, and again tucks that into the leg side, and they run through for 1 run. And this is a more sedate start to the second over of the day.
Poor old Parky. He's of course joining Durham at the end of the season.
Yes, indeed. Quite a lot of upheaval going on in the background. I'm sure more will come out in the wash as the season continues. Eddie Barnes again at the top of his mark. Alex Lees back on strike. Well, Lees reaches for that one. Just kind of gets a tall. Well, there's a bit of a misfield as well on the boundary by Patel, but they're able to come through for 1, so he cuts that down to a third man.
I don't know whether you're able to sort of have a little walk around the outfield as you came in, but it's very, very hard and a little bit uneven because basically it's been so dry here, except we had a couple of thunderstorms, but essentially it's been dry, so, and it's been drilled, so it is a bit bobbly.
And again, every delivery's kind of been the same here, or every shot thus far, again tucked into the leg side this time by Bedingham, and again it's 1 run. And this is a steady start to the day here by Eddie Barnes. I think it's a single off each ball thus far. 4 balls in the over.
You'd probably take that, wouldn't you, in the circumstances?
Yeah, having seen 16 go in the first over of the day, anything less than that is a bit of a success. And Barnes in once more again to Alex Lees on strike. And, well, call that one. It's
attempted scoop.
I mean, the intent is there. It was a reverse scoop of some sort. He gets nothing on it though, Alex Lees, and goes through to the wicket keeper.
He's only 9 short of his 150. He was very steady in going to his 100 and then exploded after that. So, but I don't think 150's got quite the same.
Last ball of the over, Eddie Barnes again, and well, again it's another attempt at the scoop shot. Again, nothing on it from Alex Lees, and that is the end of the over. 4 runs off it. Durham moved to 316 for 2. Alex Lees 141 not out, and Dave Bedingham on 129 of 124 balls.
They lead by 411 now. There are 94 overs remaining in the day, 92 to offer the change of innings, and well, it will be 91 because they are continuing at the very.
Do you think it's individual landmarks they're going for here? 150
no,
each?
I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. I'm sure it's.
I can't find any other rationale. So.
Parkinson is in. Bedingham smacks it high over long on, and I think that's cleared the fence as well and gone into the cricketers' pub. Away down over long on. A new ball might be required. Rishi Patel heads for the case. Now, how old is this? It's a 60 over old, just about 60 over old Kookaburra. So they're going to have to find a fairly battered one. Given that we're only using Kookaburras for the first time, they must have, I suppose they've had some for net practice and things like that that have got a bit battered, but they can't have a massive selection of old Kookaburras from which to choose. Rishi Patel proffers the case with the nuclear codes in it to umpire Watts, who desultory glance, no more than that, and then reaches in and takes one. So probably doesn't make too much difference at this stage. So Parkinson has had the indignity of being hit for 3 sixes in his first 7 balls.
Are you surprised they gave him another over?
Yeah, a little bit. Given that given Eddie Barnes only went for 4 singles, you know, it looked like maybe a seamer's a little bit harder to get away. However, Parkinson in again to Bedingham bowls a full toss, and it's carved out into the offside, and a low full toss is probably wide as well. Low wide full toss isn't necessarily a bad ball. It's quite hard to get underneath, and works it out to Scriven on the backward point boundary, takes 1. Bedingham onto 136, has almost caught Lees. Parkinson over the wicket to Lees, bowls. Lees hits high over mid wicket for no 4. It was about 2 feet short. So looked as though initially it was going to go the distance. It didn't quite. Theoretically then, fielder might have been able to get underneath it, but Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, was sort of in about 10 yards or so. He was running to his right and backwards. If he'd been absolutely on the ropes, then
yeah, I think he would have taken that.
Should have had a chance at taking it, really. Parkinson into Lees, who's hitting straight to Hill. Should be caught this time. Hill takes the catch. Lees goes. Parkinson does not celebrate, and I'm not entirely surprised, but well batted. Alex Lees, he's dismissed for his 2nd century of the game, 145 off 190 balls, and a little bit of joy, though you wouldn't know it from his face, for Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, excellent knock from Alex Lees, back-to-back centuries in this game, has certainly batted Durham into a position where they shouldn't lose this game, one would think. But they aren't declaring. I thought that maybe a declaration would come with that wicket, but Durham are 327 for 2. Sorry, for 3. Sorry. 327 for 3. Of course, that is a third wicket to fall. And we await the new batter, which of course will be
Liam Travaskis, who rumour has it might be heading in the opposite direction to Callum Parkinson, left arm spinner and a very good bat. He's a much better bat than Callum. Arguably Callum is the better spinner, although he's sitting at the moment, Callum Parkinson, on figures of 1 for 120 from 17.4 overs, so there may be some in Durham raising their eyebrows at that suggestion.
So why are they I'm sure we're going to keep asking this question until the declaration comes. Why are they batting on after that wicket?
Well, I mean, if they declared now, then they'd lose those 3. Whatever happens, there's 3 balls of the over. You know, it's going to be you lose the over, you're in. So, but yeah, I'm a little bit baffled.
I'll ask you the question again then, if we continue after this.
Yeah, the lead is 422 now. So, you know, it would be Leicestershire would have to score that in 90 overs. That's just really not going to happen. Parkinson is going to go over the wicket to Travaskis, jogs in and bowls. Travaskis cuts off the front foot down towards wide third man stroke, deep backward point. Barnes feels one is taken. The lead 423. Do get in touch. Twitter is probably the quickest. I'm sure Durham fans getting in touch with Martin already as Parkinson goes in round the wicket outside off stump, fires it in. Beddingham has to reach for it and dab it down into the offside. Salisbury runs round to field. One is taken. End of the over. Still no declaration. At Marty Cricket is of course Martin's long-standing Twitter feed. Mine is this year is at Fox's Crick, C-R-I-C-K. All 3 of us, and let us have your thoughts. I'd be interested to know your thoughts on Durham continuing to bat.
So Ed Barnes back in, and Beddingham cuts that. Well, she's cut that and is raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. Nothing the man on the point boundary can do about that, and Beddingham is seeing it like a football this morning. How many sixes, and let me double check how many boundaries
well, he started on 112.
Right, there you go.
Now he's already on 141. So 29 runs already.
We've just been updated that at the Ashes, Johnny Bairstow appears to have taken an on-field protester. Seems to, some kind of a choke slam. Eddie Barnes back in, and Beddingham turns that one around the corner. Oh, and there's a misfield there. It could be. It's a misfield, but it's only 2 runs that will go through. Goal for, I should say.
Ackerman came running in, thinking he might be able to get to the ball for the catch. It bounced a couple of feet short, took a nasty little bit of deflection, and he got sort of half a hand to it. Just managed to slow it down a bit, but yeah, it was a slightly ugly attempt. Foxy Phil, why on earth are Durham batting? And then a lull.
Barnes in again. Beddingham on strike. Again, he kind of tries to swat that one away, but it goes through to the keeper, and there'll be no run there. But genuinely, people who are trying to get in touch with us on Twitter, do let us know. We can't answer that for you. Why do you think Durham are batting on? Give us your best answers.
Can they really be concerned about Leicestershire chasing down 431 off 90 overs?
Barnes once more. Beddingham kind of chops that one down, and Hanscom comes round and collects that, and there'll be 1 run.
Listen, I mean, I might be miles out here with Matty Potts back in the side. Durham might run through Leicestershire's second innings, and it all be done by tea time. But if Leicestershire were to finish 7 down, something like that, then I'm sure there'll be a few Durham supporters would be wondering.
Yeah, rightly so, and I guess we can say that with hindsight, etc. So we're not speaking with hindsight. We think there should be a declaration. Barnes this time to Travaskis, and he manages to slap that straight back down the ground, and it's 4 runs. It's magnificent shot there, really. Got onto it very quickly, and there's nothing the man on the boundary could do to stop that one, and that's another boundary. I think that's the second boundary of the over.
Absolutely thankless task if you're bowling it in these conditions. Every Leicestershire fielder is on the boundary, with the obvious exception of Pete Hanscom behind the stumps. Even so, it is going the distance.
Durham 340 for 3. Final ball of Eddie Barnes is over. And Travaskis tries to get down on one knee, and I think the intention there was to almost pull that into the boundary rope, but he kind of scuffs it into the ground, and they scamper through for a single.
12 off the over, which Barnes may not be too perturbed about. 12 overs, none for 56. In terms of intent, it could have been 30. Barnes has managed to keep it, well, not within reason, but it could have been much, much worse. And on Durham go, and on and on.
But this is what's peculiar, because Durham clearly are intending to score quickly, but just to what end?
Parkinson over the wicket. An attempted reverse sweep which misses. It's not taken by Hanscom. It runs down behind Hanscom. Missed the stumps by a coat of paint. And running back, Matt Salisbury picks up. And it's 2 byes, I think. Were they signalled by umpire Watts? I was watching the fielder. Or did he get a little edge?
I don't think he got anything on that whatsoever. It's given as runs up.
Well, he must have got a little bottom edge or something like that. Round the wicket goes Parkinson. Bowls to Beddingham. Full outside off stump. Beddingham, who was full of intent of hitting it straight back over Parkinson's head, in the end had to jam his bat down on the ball, and back to Parkinson it went. A docked ball. Well bowled, Callum Parkinson. Jogs in and bowls. Full toss that is carved off a thick outside edge by Beddingham, who is looking at the outside of his bat as he jogs down to complete the single. It is not cracked. It was again well bowled. That full low toss outside off stump is, let's say, a hard one to get away. 343 for 3. Parkinson into Travaskis, has to reach for it, and he's bowled. Did try to reach for it, and Parkinson held it back rather nicely actually, and he went for the slog sweep. It missed and hit off stump. Parkinson picks up another little late reward. Travaskis bowled for 7. 3 4 3 4 4, and that is that. That is the declaration at long last. There will be those who say it's delayed by too much already, but Durham have used up what, 4.4 overs in going from 296 for 2 to 343 for 4. So a little bit of extra insurance, I guess, is what they wanted and have got. Parkinson finishes with figures of 2 for 124, which could have been worse. Applause for David Beddingham, though, and deserved applause. He finishes 145 not out. So 343 for 4. That means the lead is 438. Leicestershire need 439 to win. An unlikely prospect,
yeah,
have to say.
Very unlikely, and I think with that wicket, I was about to say to you, that I think Durham will declare at 450. Obviously, the wicket has preempted that, and as you say, it looks like they wanted an extra bit of protection for whatever reason. Potentially, they must believe the pitch is effectively a road. Either way, with 438 to chase in what, 90 overs, roughly speaking, it's important that Leicestershire start positively. That's the main thing. It's too easy to say we've just got to bat out the day and share the points, so to speak. I think they've got to allow themselves to believe they can, hear me out, do it, and then reassess. Then reassess at lunch and or tea and decide, okay, this is the actual state of play.
Well, they're a side packed with positive batters, and you know, at the top of the order, particularly Sol Buddinger doesn't know any other way to play. He will go for his shots, whatever. Rishi Patel has been very positive and very successful throughout the season, so if they get off to a flyer, I suppose it's not outside the bounds of possibility that they could get close, but it seems highly unlikely. Well batted, David Beddingham. He finishes 145 not out, as I say, and we will know fairly soon if Matt Potts can make some early inroads. But the heavy roller went on this morning, as Leicester are entitled to do. Each side, of course, can use it twice, a regulation which I bang on about it all the time, but I hate it. I think the heavy roller is an absolute pitch killer, and that that they can use it twice. The light roller is going on at the moment, which is all that's left, basically, to be used. But I don't like it. But it might just take out anything that's there for Durham. But they'll have the new ball, Matt Potts, and they have Matt Potts, a fresh Matty Potts, with a point to prove, perhaps, about after being left out. With Leicestershire going with Tongue again, Josh Tongue. So we shall see what happens to you generally.
I think Durham. Durham will have nothing to lose here. 438 runs is very much a defendable total, so they can set some enterprise in fields, go all out, attack him, see where it gets them. And when Martin joins me shortly, he'll tell me what Durham's game plan will be to ensure that they can win this match. If you missed it earlier on, just re-going through the Durham batting card. Alex Lees, 145. Michael Jones, who of course lost his wicket yesterday, 19. Scott Borthwick, 16. David Beddingham, 145 not out. And Liam Travaskis, the last person to go earlier this morning, for 7, leaving Durham 343 for 4 declared, and a lead of 438 runs.
89 overs. Martin is on his way, I promise Durham listeners. He was just doing a quick report for the BBC Sport website, but here he comes now. But 89 overs, so the rate required is 439 divided by 89. How's your maths? Michelle? How is it?
439 divided by 89. Do you know what?
You're going to do it long division?
Yeah, I was top
man.
set maths at school. Let me try and work this one. There is, you know, but let me try and do it old school.
It's an awful lot.
It's just shy of 5 and over, if my maths are correct here.
That's a big ask.
40. Yeah, just shy of 5, something like 4.8. Anything is possible. Having watched a match yesterday where the Netherlands chased 374 against West Indies in 50 overs, I'm inclined to believe anything is possible.
Well, Eddie Barnes did say bowling with a used Kookaburra is like bowling with a white ball, and certainly we've got the short boundary and the quick outfield, but as I say, well, you know our feelings that it does seem a slightly defensive declaration or decision to bat on the overs that they've used up. 7 of basically they've used, if you take off the 2 obviously as well for the change of innings. Let us hope from Durham's point of view that they don't finish with Leicestershire 8 down.
Well, given that Martin has joined me in the comms booth with a swagger, I think Durham are going to win this one.
I just hope it doesn't turn into one of these long turgid days where one side's just blocking out on a flat pitch and the other can't get the wickets. But Matty Potts might have something to say about that. He wasn't playing against Glamorgan last week. Mark Steele, the comedian, who's down from your neck of the woods, isn't he? South London lad.
Oh, is he South London?
He's a Crystal Palace fan, isn't he?
Okay.
I can't remember where he grew up, but in fact, I think he grew up in Kent, but he's a Palace fan. But he's just tweeted the Johnny Bairstow grabbing the protester at Lord's was very Bazball.
Right, okay. I mean, I will go and have a look at it when I'm off to. But the still they've taken certainly looks like he was in the midst of delivering a choke slam of some sort.
Yeah.
So.
Quite a few people questioning why Durham didn't declare. We said last night they should, and we expected them to. And then when I did an interview with David Bellingham last night, he said they weren't going to. They wanted a little bit more insurance because he said a few weeks ago Leicestershire chased down a big total against Yorkshire. Indeed, they did. They scored 392 for 7 in a win at Leeds. And the other thing he cited was this very short boundary on the right-hand side of the ground. So. So they've gone for a little bit of security first here, Durham. Try and bat Leicestershire out of the game. So now, if Rishi Patel bats like he did here 2 weeks ago in the T20, he got 103, smashed it all over the park. But this is really, you would imagine, a day of survival now for Leicestershire.
Yeah, you would think so, but I maintain that there's ways to survive.
Yeah,
and it's just important that we can say the pitch looks like a road, but if you get too inhibited and get too far into your shell,
yeah,
you find yourself creating opportunities that shouldn't be there.
Tony Waters says 39 scored before declaring, but with the loss of 2 overs for the innings break, we've taken 7 overs out of the day. Well, yeah, they have, but Durham are backing themselves to bowl Leicestershire out. That's the plan. So let's see how it pans out. Will it happen? Here's Ben Rain against his former club. And, Scott Borthwick giving him a few tips on tactics as he comes in to bowl right arm over from the pavilion end to Patel. Oh, nearly caught first ball. Diving effort at short mid-wicket there. Got a hand on it as well. Couldn't hold on to it. Nearly a dream start for Durham. I can't see who that is down there. It's Matt Parkinson. If it hadn't been anybody slightly taller, that would have been curtains for Patel.
That would have been a soft dismissal as well. It was, with the greatest of respect to Ben Rain, that was bowling almost like a 6th leg stump. Rishi Patel nearly offered up the simplest, well, not simplest, but offered up a gift of an opportunity.
Sol Buddinger, the other opening batsman who got a half-century in the first innings. In fact, it was a decent start. They put 83 on. Patel made 31, Buddinger 51. Buddinger on his debut in first-class cricket played here last September against Durham and got 64. Rain comes in, leases in short mid-wicket. 2 slips, very tightly packed the slip cord, and this is defended by Buddinger. So Durham's lead was officially known as Kazillions. 438. 439 is the target, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Rain again to Buddinger. He's driven at it and he's out. What a daft shot to play in the first over of the innings. What was he thinking of there? He's driven at a ball outside the line of off stump, which just should have been left alone, and he's clipped it to the keeper. And he'll be regretting that all day now.
I said before the start of play, there's ways to see out the game like this and ways to bat out the day.
Never moved his feet there.
But yeah, that you're just offering up, without trying to be overly critical, you're offering up catching practice there. Never got to the pitch of the ball. And that's given Durham an early Early insight into the Leicestershire batting lineup. If Durham wanted their tails up, it's the perfect start. A wicket off Ben Rain's third delivery. Leicestershire 1 for 1, and this we must remember. Rishi Patel was almost out first ball of the Leicestershire innings, so one dropped, if you want to call that one a drop, and then the third ball goes through to, who took that catch? Was it Ollie Robinson?
Yeah.
Through to Ollie Robinson. Will Leicestershire feel the pressure here? The conditions are conducive to batting and seeing out this day, but you never know. You just never know.
Well, here's Lewis Hill, the skipper. I mean, that ball didn't really move, did it? It was just a straight ball, but he's not moved his feet. He's driven at a ball which was always angling away past the off stump. Could have easily left it alone.
Easily. And I get wanting to set some kind of intent, but I mean, so Budinger will say it was there to be hit, but yeah, it's there to be hit once you actually moved. If you move to hit it.
Yeah, he's just a young lad. He'll learn from incidents like that, I suppose. So they're chasing 4-3-9. I have to keep reminding myself of that.
Rain in again.
Comes in. Edged and out! And that is Hill gone for a first baller. Caught at first slip by Beddingham. And Rain, for the second time in this match, is on a hat-trick.
Martin's out here trying to update just the first wicket. he's going to have to do a double update in two balls here, and Lewis Hill has edged that one low to, I think it's second slip.
Who took the catch? Let's see on there. I think it was Beddingham, wasn't it? Second slip with a wide rim.
You're right. Yep. That was a good delivery, in fairness. Whereas the other one could have been left alone. To hand it to Ben Rain, I think Lewis Hill has had to do something. He's had to play at it, possibly hard hands, but Durham are on fire here. Leicestershire 1 for 2. Ben Rain is on a hat-trick. Martin's going to have to pause his update because he might have to update a hat-trick in a second.
Well, coming out now is Colin Ackerman, who I would be very surprised if he ends up a hat-trick ball, but you never know. Last Durham hat-trick, I mentioned this a couple of days ago, was Chris Rushworth at Southampton. Took 3 wickets over 3 overs and 2 innings in 2015. And Steve Harmison got a couple in his career as well, one of them against Worcestershire in 2005. There was a game between these two sides at the racecourse ground in Durham in 1994 where there were 2 hat-tricks for Leicestershire. Here is Rain, and he's got 3 slips in place, 2 close on the offside, and bowls. Oh! Well, if you're not going to get a hat-trick, that's as close as you're going to get to not getting one there. Playing a miss from Ackerman.
Yeah, I think Colin Ackerman will say, you know what, you've done me there. You respect that. Be glad you didn't nick it and you move on. I mean, Ackerman might say he played inside the line of that delivery, but certainly Ben Rain got it to move just that little bit, get a bit of nibble. And,
comes in again, bowls, defended. We were talking about Matty Potts and what he could do earlier, but Ben Rain took a boatload of wickets on this ground a couple of seasons. Well, he's taken loads of wickets here because he played here for 6 seasons, but he did a job for Durham in a win here. I think it was 2019, something like that. It was his first year back at Durham, having left Leicestershire. And he's taken 2 for 1 in and over there. Wow.
Well, Leicestershire, the pressure's on them. It's not how you want to start. Whether it's trying to win the game or whether it's trying to see the game out. It's definitely not how you want to start. 2 wickets down inside the first over. And the recently released Matt Potts, you'll certainly want to get in on the action as well. I think he bowled 10 in that first innings. Did he look suitably refreshed?
Didn't do much initially and then came back later yesterday and took the last 2 wickets, both off stumps. But it was the last 2 men. It was Callum Parkinson and Matt Salisbury. Here he is from the Bennett end. You do that end, I'll do this end.
Oh, do you know what? I was so engrossed in watching the delivery, but I actually forgot, became a spectator for a second there.
It's easy to get absorbed, isn't it? I wonder if the people who are angry at the lack of a declaration are still angry or not.
Yes, you don't know. It all depends on what the situation is in the third session. Matt Potts back in to Rishi Patel on strike, and he tucks that one into the leg side, and they'll come back. Should push back for 2 there. Yeah, they come back for an easy 2. Might even go for, well, Rishi Patel was looking for a 3rd, but and Ackerman sends him back. And Leicestershire are 3 for 2.
Oh, important this.
Matt Potts back in again, Rishi Patel on strike, and he defends that back down the track to Matt Potts, no run. I think if Leicestershire were planning to maybe make almost have a nominal chase at this, they'll now be looking to just defend this session, lose no more wickets. Potts in again, and again Patel this time defends that out into the offside, and there'll be no run.
Just trying to write down everything that's happened. So Buddinger went second ball, Hill first ball.
Patel nearly caught on the very first ball of the innings. Matt Potts at the top of his mark once again comes steaming in to Rishi Patel. And oh, there's a misfield there, and they'll come through for a single that should have been stopped, and Leicestershire move on to 4 runs. I think with the experience of Ackerman and Patel here, it's certainly the best 2 batters at the crease now for Leicestershire.
I know. Was it cookie dough pie? What does it say? Cookie dough crunch for sweet. Sounds naughty. Yeah.
Potts again, and Ackerman respects that one and defends it back down the track, and 3 runs off that over. And Leicestershire are 4 for 2. No drama in that over. Leicestershire will take that, and they'll believe that this is actually now the start of their innings.
This is the 24th match between these two in the county championship. Durham have won just 4 and have lost 12. There have been 7 draws, 3 in Leicester and 4 in Chastity Street, including last year on a lifeless pitch in April in Chastity Street. Durham won by 7 wickets in September here, as Matty Potts took a career best 13 for 101 in the game. Rain-affected game here in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. We had lots of very hot weather that week and thunderstorms. Rain into bowl to Patel. Patel forward, plays this to Travascus, and short extra cover, no run there. Durham's other victories have come in a meeting between the two here at the start of the 2005 season. So the 3rd wicket stand of 243 in this game beat the 3rd wicket stand of 166 in that match, which was Mike Hussey was involved in it on his debut. He put that stand together with Gordon Mutchell. And 2018, Durham won in Chester Street, winning a game for the first time, having been forced to follow on. This is played 2.0 run there. They also fought back in July 2019 here after being bowled out in the first innings for just 117. I remember walking onto the ground the next morning. Leicestershire had a great lead and the Leicestershire players were doing all their warm-up exercises on the field and with the coach Paul Nixon. I thought, must be fantastic to be in their position. They're so far in front in this match. And then Durham had a first innings deficit of 95 and then actually won by 119 runs. And that was the game where Ben Rain took his best match figures, 9 for 97, and he took 5 for 47 in the second innings. Cameron Bancroft made 109 in Durham's second innings, put on 187 for the first wicket with Alex Lees, who made 93, and then night watchman Nathan Rimington also made 92. So Durham fought back. Extra helmets being brought on here. Graham Clark's going under the lid at short leg. We have 3 in the slip cordon. 1 man out at square leg on the boundary on that poplar side of the ground.
They've obviously recognised something here with this positioning of the short leg. Let's see how Rain reacts.
Patel on strike, bat raised, and he plays it back into the ground and back to Rain. So Jones is at first slip, Bellingham at second slip. Lees has gone at third slip, so Jones has got a blue Durham cap on. Bellingham and Lees have got the white brimmed hats on. I haven't actually worn my bucket hat yet this match.
Now you said it, I need to see it.
Oh yeah, well it's the new Durham bucket hat, which is reversible, so bought one from the club shop the other night.
Better than the England one?
I don't know about the England one. Edged all through the floor, through the slip cord along the floor. It never got off the ground, I don't think. It went straight underneath David Bellingham. Don't know if you got a finger end on that. It looks like you might have done, but it wasn't a catching chance, I don't think. I'll go and get it, shall I? They ordered some. The first time I saw them was Ryan Campbell, the coach, was wearing one. It looks very good on him. And I said, well, where did you get that from? Club shop. So I went round to see about them. They'd already sold out.
Right.
So such was the clamour for them, including quite a lot of members of staff wanted to buy them. They ordered in 200. They arrived on Friday night, and they were flying out like hotcakes. Rain again to Patel. This is pushing off in towards the cover area, and they're going to get 2. Scott Borthwick's gone after it. Throw back to the keeper's end. The England one's not bad, is it? It's a sort of slatey grey colour, is that the one?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. I think people are more reacting to it just because they're unused to seeing the England players wearing bucket hats. I think it's like a Castor. Castor seems to be doing everybody's kind of kits these days.
Newcastle United fans were complaining after their new kits the other day because there were 2 T's in United, it looked like, on the badge.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
It's black and white stripes, you'd be unsurprised to hear. It's just rainbows. And this is played away by Patel off towards mid-wicket for 1. So, I think Durham Sunderland have gone for red and white again this year as well.
That's a shock.
The best bucket hat I've seen, it was one of the English riders, the brothers, and one of them rides for EF Education. They're riding in the Tour de France, which starts on Saturday in Bilbao or somewhere like that. And the EF Education bucket hat is this beautiful bright pink colour, and it just looks really the bee's knees.
Yeah, I'm sure the listeners will know, but when I came here this morning, I saw you with a cycling magazine. Big Tour de France fan, are you, or big cycling fan?
Yeah. I used to write for Cycling Weekly.
Oh,
many moons ago. Well. So yeah.
Matt Potts back in. Rish Patel on strike.
Good
leave. Left alone outside the off stump.
I'll be back in a sec. I'll go and find this hat for you.
A lot of noise and chatter out on the outfield by the Durham players. I think they can sense that. Well, they're certainly in this game, but they sense there's an opportunity here to actually win it. As I said a couple of overs ago, it's important that Ackerman and Patel just see off this early spell from Rain and Potts. Said bucket hat is now in. Patel rides the bounce there and dabs it, defends it. back to Matt Potts.
It's a lovely blue colour. It's a sort of purpley blue, isn't it? So you've got
show
Durham,
me the reversible part.
You've got the Durham crest on the front there.
Yeah.
And then I'll put it on so you can see what it looks like reverse. Hang on.
I like the sheen to it. Oh, and then you've got like the summer side of it. I feel like that's the T20 side, yes?
There you are. That could be the T20 side.
Again, Potts digs it in short. Rishi Patel ducks underneath that one. Certainly a lot of...
This, to me, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, all good.
I'll just turn myself up a little bit. This side of the hat is a bit of a sort of psychedelic look. It's it's the Durham D badge with the lion.
Yeah.
So it's blue with the badge is blue with a yellow background, but it's like, do you want to buy some tickets to see the Stone Roses?
Yeah, it does 100%. But that might be because it's you wearing it as well.
Yeah. If I'd worn this at Eaton Park in Manchester.
Potts again goes a bit fuller and Patel's able to just guide that just beyond the slips. They'll come through for one.
Must be about 10 years ago since I went to see the Stone Roses at Eaton Park in Manchester, and the bucket hat was definitely alive and kicking that day. So. Dr. Kevin Tennant. Game on in Leicester, never mind Lords.
I haven't even looked at the Ashes score yet.
Go on, Ben Rain, lad, says Vinny. Come on, Durham, says Alan Shaw.
Potts in once again, this time Ackerman on strike, and again digs it in short, puts a bit of oomph into that one, but Ackerman ducks underneath that and there'll be no run.
Good start either way, says Kevin. Paul Summers side, if it's overcast we should be bowling 400 was well enough. Well, they are now. Ben Rain going through past 400 first class wickets in this game as well.
I wonder if Potts is setting him up here. It's last ball of the over, he may go full and straight here. Famous last words, he may well actually just dig it in short, but let's see. Potts runs in, Colin Ackerman on strike. And he does aim at the stumps this time, but Ackerman's able to just tuck that round the corner.
This is from my low-level amateur man in the pub cricketing expertise. That seems odd. Then he mentioned the loss of 7 overs, but then he's added, however, Martin Emerson's just explained the thinking in the commentary box, so my man in the pub analysis has been put in its place.
I think if all Durham now they've got 2, I think they would have wanted 2 in the first session, but when you get 2, you want a third, don't you? And that will certainly put them in an advantageous position.
Rain in. It's defended. It's raining at Lords. It's too far south to guarantee the weather once again. Provincial Lords.
Raining as in no start, or raining as in they've already started?
I think they've gone off for rain. I think Lancashire have won by 123 runs. Rain stops play at Lords. Rain comes into bowl here. Oh, good ball. That spits up at Ackerman. Come through to the keeper. It was quite apt on Friday night because you had rain and drizzle bowling for Durham, and the match got rained off. What's happening elsewhere then? Let's have a look. So, in that there, London, Australia, 20 for none after 9 overs.
Did they win the toss?
I've got no idea. Let's have a look. England chose to field.
Okay.
Lancashire have beaten Surrey at the Oval.
Oof.
Rain bowls. Ackerman defence. So that was where Atif was going today, wasn't it?
Yes.
The Oval. So he's got an early louse. We were discussing the meaning of early louse on the radio yesterday. Northants are 253 for 7 at Northampton in their second innings against Kent, and trail by 131 runs because Kent made 621.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Daniel Bell-Drummond hit a triple century.
Yeah. I met him many years ago when he was just an up-and-coming talent. Played here by Ackerman to backward point. Durham played the first pink ball game against MCC in Abu Dhabi in 2010, and he was part of the MCC team. And although I'd flown out there to cover Durham, I was covering the match for everybody, really, and I travelled around with the MCC players for the week. It was a really good week, that. And then 2014, Durham were back there again. So they won the first and lost the second. Ben Rain balls to Ackerman. Ackerman firmly behind that one, plays it up to Potts at mid-off. There was one night I came downstairs and the buses had gone. Out in the middle of the desert, what am I going to do here? And anyway, the guy rang a taxi for me. This taxi driver turned up, and he was an Indian guy. And have you been to Abu Dhabi, to the cricket ground at all?
I've not, no.
It's like a huge spaceship right out in the middle of the desert, surrounded by this huge motorway network. And all around it, there are all these sand pitches that the expat play on a weekend. Rain balls, tries a Yorker length delivery this time. Played away though by Ackerman, back to the bowler who snatches at it. End of the over, 13 for 2. So I got in the taxi, we started to drive away, and the guy said, what are you doing at the cricket ground? And I said, I'm covering a cricket match. And he said, I didn't realise there was a game on this week. Who's playing? And so I explained Durham are playing the MCC, and I said Virender Sehwag's playing for the MCC, and he did an emergency stop across the car park, and I jolted in my seat, and I thought, what's wrong? And he said, Virender Sehwag is here? And I said, yes. And he sort of turned around and stared at the stadium. He's in there now, can you take me in to meet him? And I said, well, he was there. I said, but he's just got on the team bus, and that's the reason I'm in your taxi.
Potts in again to Rishi Patel, and Patel rides a bounce and glides that past third slip region for 1 run.
Sadly, there's a lot of expat Pakistanis, Indians, Bangladeshis who all live in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates, but they never get the chance to see any sport because they work nearly every day.
Which is why, I don't know if you caught any highlights of that new, I don't even know what it's called. Do they call it International Cricket League or something? Started in January.
Yeah.
There's no one was in the stand.
There was hardly anybody there when Durham were there. There were about 30 Durham members had gone over on a trip, and it's a shame because it's an enjoyable 4 days of cricket under the floodlights and whatnot.
Potts in again. Forces Ackerman into somewhat of a full shot, almost turns him inside out, but there'll be no run there.
Yeah, but they work virtually all week, and then on a Friday afternoon, which is effectively their Saturday, all these sand pitches around the stadium are suddenly full of people playing cricket in the desert, and the oil, they roll oil into the sand to create a wicket.
And that's misfielded. Who's the man there? It's just
Borthwick.
Borthwick has misfield there by Borthwick, and it should have been cut off. It should have been no run, but Ackerman is able to get a fortuitous boundary. Moves on to 5. Leicestershire 18 for 2.
It's raining in Cardiff. Too far south. In Leeds, Yorkshire lead by 95 runs. They are 9 for none in their second innings against Gloucestershire. So they made 550 for 9, then declared bowled Gloucestershire out for 464. Oof!
Well, I was looking at the soul. Potts has bowled that one, and I thought Ackerman had actually nicked it. I was looking at the reaction from the slip fielders, but instead what's actually happened is it's deflected off his bat or dabbed down and almost stopped stationary next to the stumps.
Yeah, it's come more or less to rest against the off stump. I think he may have played it onto his foot there.
Potts again. And again, Ackerman's had to watchfully defend that on the back foot. And although Matthew Potts has not taken any wickets as yet, he's certainly
building pressure.
Yeah, most certainly.
Derbyshire made 578 for 5, declared at Worcester this week, so Worcestershire bowled out for 237. They're now in their second innings 106 for 3, so they batted first, then Derbyshire made loads of runs. So they are 235 behind. And that's your scores on the doors. Or Scotland, I think, was Scotland playing today as well.
Final ball of the over, and again, carbon copy defended into the offside by Ackerman, and there'll be no run. Leicestershire, that's the end, sorry, of the over. Leicestershire, the 6th over. Leicestershire at 18 for 2. Rishi Patel 13 from 17 balls. Colin Ackerman 5 from 16 balls. And after the first over drama from Ben Rain, Leicestershire slowly consolidating.
I see West Indies women are playing Ireland women this afternoon.
Yeah, they played the first ODI 2 days ago.
Was that in?
Was it in St. Lucia?
St. Lucia, it was, wasn't it?
Lucia.
I was watching it on the telly, and it was on in the restaurant at the hotel. And sadly, there was nobody in the ground.
Yeah,
Really disappointing to see the stadium just empty. The only people who were there seemed to be relatives of the players. Such a shame when they're playing in a a proper venue like that as well.
With TV coverage, everything.
Yeah. Rain, 6 overs gone, 18 for 2. Bowling here to Patel, who's forward and defends. Little partnership developed now of 17 runs after Leicestershire were 1 for 2 in the first over. Budginger went second ball, caught behind to Ben Rain. Rain then got Hill, caught a second slip by David Beddingham. First ball, he was on a hat-trick. Ackerman saw off the hat-trick ball. It's coming up towards midday, so I'll have to go and do an update next door in a minute. There's Rain balls here. This is defended by Patel. On off stump. Oh, I've forgotten to open up Weird Cricket at Yahoo. Get that open, see how many emails loads of emails have come in.
I bet you've got some interesting comments in there.
Yeah. Raining again. Bowls. Pulled by Patel out through towards deep mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4. There's a man on the boundary. I think it's Parkinson. He was diving, but he couldn't get near that one. Kevin Ramsey says, "Hi Marty, my sunburnt cheeks, chin and neck can confirm that neither my Durham nor my Barmy Army bucket hats were any match for a wide brim hat in the Holly stand last week in the first test."
You've been showing it off. I prefer the blue to the yellow, but it's a fine garment.
Yeah, it's a nice colour blue, isn't it? That's
a nice
sort of
navy
purpley blue.
isn't it?
Yeah. 22 for 2. Davey says, "Any idea when the bucket hats are coming in? I've tried to call the club 6 times this week. They got 200 delivered on Friday, so they're in the club shop again."
They're obviously very popular. You have to get there quick now, eh?
Yeah. Rain once more to the stumps. Bowls. It's a short one. Patel up on his toes, fends that one down into the ground.
I've seen some interesting first overs here of innings, but that first over was something else, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'll have to go next door in a sec. You can have a read of that without reading it out. Right, I'll come back in a minute.
No worries.
I'll just go and do a quick update, and then I'll be back in a minute again.
No worries. Ben Rain then from the pavilion end is into Patel. Short, pulled in the air, not so very far wide of the man who's placed there exactly for that. Dived across to his right, couldn't get there. It's across the ropes at mid-wicket, but he was prepared to go aerial there, Patel. He is. It is the way he plays. I think that's Bryden Cars out there as sort of one of the acting 12th men. Goodness me, Rishi Patel living dangerously, but he's moved on to 21 of 22 balls. He's got a start. Can he make something of it? He's also got, practically under his eye line, Graham Clark at the silliest of silly mid-offs. Rain is in to him. Bowls again short. It's in the air. Should be caught. A deep backward square is caught. Top edge. Rishi Patel. Well, you'd have thought he'd have had a lesson from that previous delivery, but Leicestershire are not doing themselves any favours here. Rain banged it in. Patel went for the hook, got a top edge. It wasn't under control. It is the short boundary over there, but it went more or less straight to the fielder. I think it's Potts on that backward square boundary. Rishi Patel goes for 21, and Leicestershire in pursuit of 439 are looking at a scoreboard that reads 26 for 3. And all 3 of those wickets to the former Leicestershire player, Ben Rain. I beg your pardon, it was Ray Toole down there on that backward square boundary. And Colin Ackerman stands, leans on his bat and looks back at Rishi Patel's back as he walks to the pavilion in disbelief, I would think, really. So, here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. And it is not good news for them. Peter Hanscom comes to the crease to replace Rishi Patel, and arguably he is Leicestershire's last real hope. This partnership, you would think, if it's parted early, I'm afraid there has been, in a way. They could do with a few protesters. They might get a few of them, Leicestershire, here, I'm afraid. Durham batted on this morning to extend their score to 343 for 4, setting Leicestershire a target of 438. But that is a very nominal thing, and I'd say that because Leicestershire lost 2 wickets in their first over of their reply. Sol Budinger was caught by wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson off Ben Rain. His second ball, very next delivery, Captain Lewis Hill edged to David Beddingham at second slip again off Ben Rain. And as you come to me, they've just lost their 3rd wicket. Rishi Patel hooking at a delivery from Rain, got a top edge, was caught by Ray Toole on the backward square boundary. So needing 439 to win, Leicestershire, I'm afraid, are in a complete state. They are 26 for 3. Sorry. In comes Potts, bowls to Ackerman, who defends. Ackerman at least is playing correctly. High left elbows, he blocks that one down, back down the pitch towards Matty Potts. Potts, surprisingly, in the circumstances, perhaps yet to get in amongst the wickets, but he's bowled very tight and he's made the batsman play. And Ben Rain, bowling in a partnership with Potts, has benefited. He has picked up 3 wickets already. Potts is into Ackerman, who flinches there because he was squared up a touch, playing very much off the back foot, and did move a touch. Ackerman, who is in form, as we know from the first innings, played it very well, actually. I'm sure he is continuing to impress his employers-to-be, Colin Ackerman. 5 not out after a big 100 in the first innings, and made 146 off 258 balls. Potts is in to him down the leg side. He tries to help it on its way. It's a good diving half stop by Robinson. Got his left hand to the ball, flicked the... No, it didn't flick the pad even. It was a bye, but it was so very nearly 4 byes. Robinson, a very athletic goalkeeper style dive to his left, got a glove to it, wasn't able to take the ball, but slowed it down, almost stopped it, running out from first slip. Jones completed the fielding. A bye to the cause brings Hanscom down for his first ball to face Matty Potts. Potts with his tail up. 30 for 5, 40 for 5 is the cry from the Durham close fielders, and there are a lot of them. Short leg slip, 3 slips as Potts is into Hanscom. Short, lovely delivery. Hanscom, though, drops his hands, plays it well, just moves his head to the left, ducks out of it, moves out of the way of it, plays calmly. Everything he does, Peter Hanscom, is calm. Mrs H and Little Jack watching down below us. Well, I don't know how much watching Little Jack he's doing. He's just 16 months or so old, but he's just starting to sort of clamber to his feet. He's not using them for walking as yet, but it won't be far off.
Getting into everything.
He is. Handsome little chap he is as well. In goes Potts, bowls, squares up Hanscom, thick outside edge along the ground all the way. It's running through fourth slip all the way down to the third man boundary. 4-4. Potts pauses at the end of his follow through, puts his hand up to his chin, contemplates for a moment. Hanscom won't be fazed by any verbals. Potts doesn't bother. He and Hanscom, that is, and Ackerman have a chat in mid-pitch. Leicestershire 108 runs. I think we can definitely say that isn't going to happen. Can they survive potentially another 81 overs? Well, that is an awful lot of overs when you've lost your first 3 wickets in the first 8. And Martin, as you heard, is back with us. Did the wicket fall just as you were between boxes, or did you see it?
I did. I just heard you say he's going to be out, and I looked up just as I was sitting down to see the catch, and then couldn't work out who'd taken it, but it was Toole, the debutant.
Raymondo.
Here is Rayno bowling to Ackerman. Dot ball.
He appears to be known by his Durham teammates, Rainey. It's a nickname I haven't heard before. It's Masher.
Masher?
They're all shouting, well done, Masher. Come on, Masher. Keep bowling, Masher. 3 for 16. Masher Rain has got to his name at the moment.
I haven't heard that one. I mean, Matthew Potts, or Matty Potts as his Twitter name is.
Potter, they all call him.
Yeah, they call him Potter. And you'd think it would be Potto, wouldn't you? Which is a little village not far from where you used to live, isn't it, Potto? Yeah, the Tontine?
There is. I was thinking of the creature, the Potter.
Rain bowls. And Ackerman once again plays that safely away. So Peter Hanscom, the new man, who I hadn't yet written into my notebook.
Rather a sweet West African marsupial with big eyes.
A Potto.
A Potto.
When was Hanscom at Durham? 2019. Came over for the T20. I think he might have played 1 or 2 first-class games as well that year. Remember interviewing him after a game at Worcester. Rain in. And the ball played away towards mid-on by Ackerman. Potter. Potts couldn't take it cleanly, one-handed first attempt. Durham are at Worcester on Friday night, 5:30 start because there aren't any floodlights there. They claim putting floodlights on that ground would ruin the view of that old church across the river, which could do with a bit of clean-up anyway, I think.
The cathedral? That old church across the river.
I think one of the issues is, because the ground floods all the time, it's about putting in floodlights that would not flood, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's one of the big problems they've got.
The cables would all be it'd have to be a sort of pipeline, wouldn't it? With waterproof pipeline sealed.
I suppose they can do it because they put wind farms out at sea.
Yeah, absolutely.
The ships for this huge Dogger Bank wind farm they're building at the minute, it's going to be the size of Greater London when it's finished, and a lot of the vessels are coming in and out of the weir every other day. Some huge, strange-looking things. Bringing a lot of business into North East ports, though. The Tyne as well. Rain bowling to Hanscom, who's on 4. Hanscom forward defends this one.
It's interesting. There's a big one off the Norfolk coast, and been out there for a few sort of mackerel fishing trips and things. And the fishermen tell me that didn't bring any jobs for us and things like that.
Yeah.
That particular one, I think it was built by mostly Norwegian contractors, I'm told.
Right.
So good to know that the Dogger Bank is.
Dogger Bank more off the Humber, is it? Or is that off Norfolk?
No.
Must be off the Humber, I think. Rain in. That's through to the keeper. Have to have a look. It's a very shallow area of the North Sea, and you know, fishing boats that trawl there have been known to pull up things like mammoth tusks and stuff like that.
Fishing areas.
There you are.
So the Dogger Bank is.
It is. Well, it stretches off the coast of the Humber, really, from about. There's rain in again, balls. Looking at that, That would come off sort of the Tees estuary all the way down to probably the Humber estuary.
Isn't it? Almost. That's Flamborough Head, that little pointy bit sticking out there. So
probably about
bit
50
north
miles
of the Humber,
off the coast, and it stretches quite a way east, across towards Denmark.
Well, good to know alternative sources are being developed. 32 for 3. Leicestershire, they need an alternative source of energy.
Clever that.
They have 50 minutes to survive simply until lunch.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to lose another wicket before lunch. Certainly if these two are parted, then Mulder came. Did you see him coming scurrying around after that first over? He'd gone for a net, and he had to come back marching fairly smartly from the net area. Potts is in to Ackerman. Bounce. Ackerman seemed to see it early, ducked underneath it, taken by Robinson high above his head behind the stumps.
Stuart Dick says Dogger Bank's a hill in Morpeth. I might have cycled up that.
I hope you had your eyes averted.
There is a steep hill out of Morpeth you climb up as you come out of the town. Up above the golf course, I think, from memory.
Short leg, 3 slips. No leg slip at the moment as Potts is in. Bowls, grunt of effort as Ackerman just waits in his crease, leans into the careful defensive shot, drops it back out into the offside. There's no run. 32 for 3. I think we can probably forget about telling you about the target as such. Still over 400 anyway.
There'll be celebrations across large swathes of Leicestershire today, I would imagine. It's Eid, isn't it?
It is. In goes Potts, bowls. Ackerman back foot again. Out towards point. Yes, they're all heading into Victoria Park as I left. They've set up big tents and fairs and what have you. And everybody of that particular faith, many were heading in that direction first thing this morning.
This is the Eid where they celebrate sort of sacrificial celebration of from a food point of view.
You know more about that than I do for sure. In goes Potts, bowls. Ackerman again. Nice high left elbows he defends, getting firmly in line, playing it out to mid on.
I've got 4 unread emails here.
6 to Ackerman of 27 balls. One glorious off drive. Punched away, and that's been pretty much it. Potter has bowled. Potts being infected by the chorus of a nickname from his Durham teammates every time he bowls. In he comes and bowls. Ackerman gets another bounce, but it's going down the leg side, and he ducks underneath it. Running away to his left, taken cleanly by Robinson. He's impressed me as he looks a pretty good keeper as well as a batsman. He looks like a very good acquisition on the part of Durham, who are building an impressive looking squad. Leg Gully is trotting back into position. Travaskis, characteristic sort of round-armed jog. Comes out of mid-wicket, goes to leg Gully now, leg slip now. He's gone much finer. Took a couple of big strides to his right as Potts is in, looking to pull his Ackerman, and it stayed a bit low. He only just got down on that in time. He's going to pick up 3 because Ben Rain has a long way to run to deep backwards, or deep square in fact, from long leg. But Potts can't quite believe Ackerman managed just to get something on that, because it would have been a loud shout for leg before. It certainly didn't get up in the way that Ackerman thought it was going to, but he managed just to swivel and pull it almost off the stumps. Thick bottom edge out to deep square. Ackerman moves on to 9. End of the over, the 10th. What a turnover as it's been for Durham. 34 this morning. They would have taken it for sure, and they've got plenty more opportunities to get 4, 5 or even 6 before the lunch interval.
Doug Rain emailed quite a while ago now, he said at the time, I find it an incredible decision to carry on batting. The declaration overnight would have been the sensible option. A very odd decision.
Is he a relation? to Ben?
He's a distant relation, yes.
Okay.
A very odd decision. Hope we don't regret it later in the day. Doug the Fool, Mackham working in Edinburgh. On a different time zone up there as well. Toole into the attack from the pavilion end. Left arm over. A New Zealander from the Central Districts. Played in Essex's one-day side last year. He's been playing for Shotley Bridge in the North East Premier League this year. And was a 12th man for Durham against Glamorgan a week or so ago.
Has he actually taken New Zealand nationality, or is it just that we refer to him as that because he's qualified for New Zealand now, if you know what I mean?
Oh, I don't know, because he was born in South Africa, wasn't he?
Yeah.
This is defended by Ackerman, right on middle stump, plays it up to Rain at mid-off. Good point, I don't know.
I'd be just curious, really.
I got a text message when I was driving down on Saturday night to say they'd signed Matt Parkinson again, and then on Sunday morning I woke up to get another text message to say Toole had signed as well. Injuries in the bowling ranks at Durham, and call-ups as well. This is turned off the legs by Ackerman to mid-wicket boundary for 1. Well, I'll be drifting west from here after this one finishes today, heading over to the Bromsgrove area, and then Durham at Worcester on Friday afternoon, Friday tea time, and then they finish the T20 at Birmingham on Sunday, and then have a week off. Where are Leicestershire?
Derby and then Nottingham.
Right on the doorstep.
Derby's.
Toole bowls. That's guided down through the slip cordon, along the floor, through vacant third man. The pub is open. 4 runs. Hanscom the batsman. That moves the score to 40 for 3. Tell you what I'm going to do tomorrow, once I've done my match notes in the morning. I'm going to take my bike and I'm going to go to Tardbig Village, which is on the Birmingham-Worcester Canal. And I've been down the Tardbig flight of locks. There's about 24 locks in a row down the hill, down the Licky Hills, and I'm going to try and ride from there down towards Droitwich along the canal. That's my plan.
Is it a good forecast? Talking of forecasts, possible rain here at 4, you know.
Today? Toole in, turned away off towards square leg. 4-1 run by Hanscom. The forecast I saw didn't seem to have anything in this area this morning on the local TV.
I've got 50% chance, but it's gunning a bit later now, after 5, so it might be a complete irrelevance. But there is just a possibility.
My weather presenting colleague Jen Barthram constantly points out to me, when it says 50%, it means 50% of chance of rain somewhere in the area, not necessarily where you are.
This is specific to Leicester, apparently. So, but as you say, you know, Leicester's quite a big area in itself, so often rains in one part of the city and not another. Short square leg.
Short mid-wicket as well. Toole to Ackerman, who's on 10 bowls. Oh, that pops down the leg side. Good take by the keeper. That must have hit a foot mark or something. End of the over. 41 for 3. Hanscom 9, Ackerman 10, partnership 15. Somebody, you talk about the area and the greater area. Somebody put superimposed a map of the Tokyo district on top of Britain the other day, and it effectively, Tokyo stretches from Milton Keynes virtually all the way up towards Manchester. It's a huge city with its suburbs and whatnot.
Potts is going to continue. 5 overs, none for 17, but they've been pretty impressive 5 overs. He's made bouncers aside. The batters play at pretty much every delivery. He's nagging away at off stump. I say nagging, if you can nag it in the mid-80s. That's what he's doing. I can hear Jack chuntering away down below us. Jack Hanscom, while his dad faces bullets from Matty Potts. Down the slope he comes and bowls. Forward goes Hanscom on off stump, playing it out into the offside. Borthwick picks up, he's the fielder. The only fielder in front of square on the offside, in fact. Point is just slightly backward of point.
Have you ever had a go against a bowling machine?
I'm probably a little bit too old, really.
Well, yeah, I mean, they weren't around when I played, but I had a go against one a couple of years ago. It was actually very good fun.
Potts is in, bouncer. Hanscom just ducks underneath it. Yeah, no.
You can turn the speed up in 5-10 mile an hour increments, yeah. So this would facing Potts. You know, you're thinking how quick he is, but the likes of these batsmen, it would be high intensity bowling machine every delivery, wouldn't it? Really?
Yeah. With the added nervousness that you don't quite know what length it's going to be, whereas presumably with a bowling machine you can set it to a length as well. In he goes and bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal. There's half an appeal, or there's a start of an appeal for a catch behind Borthwick. Chokes it off at straight mid off. They were talking about one that apparently has been set up at Edgbaston, which recreates famous deliveries, e.g. the Warne. You know,
it has a picture of a bowler on a wall, doesn't it? And it's a TV screen, and the ball comes out.
Seen it as such, but that sounds like it could be interesting.
Yeah.
Fun. I don't know whether Hanscom at the moment would describe what's happening as fun, but it's his job. In he goes. Potts bowls to him, edge wide of third slip, dived away to his right. Don't know whether it actually carried, but I don't think it did. There was no great hands-on head moment from all his surrounding fielders. One would argue then it probably didn't carry, and diving across to his right. I think that's the solidly substantial figure of Alex Lees. Couldn't get there, so Hanscom picks up 4, moves on to 13. The scoreboard hasn't changed. In goes Potts, forward goes Hanscom, at least leans forward. His front foot actually stays more or less where it is, although the knee bends. His back foot goes back, and he plays a forward defensive without moving his front foot forward, if that makes sense. It's all about balance, I guess. And he played that one solidly back down the pitch on the onside. 45 for 3. Again, the scoreboard seems to have frozen a little bit. The electronic, that is. I can lean back and see the good old manual, which never freezes. I think they freeze in there, bless them. It can get quite cold, but the numbers keep on clicking. They don't require a current or a button. In goes Potts. Bowls off, super bouncer, but really well played by Hanscom, who just leant slightly back and dropped his hands, and it went past his almost sort of chin high, shoulder high, but super bouncer. Really good stuff this from Potts. Out coping. He finishes on the over, that is 13 not out off 13 balls. 45 for 3. Ackerman, who has been application personified, is on 10 off 33.
Are you in the Cricket Writers Club or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. They've just sent an email, a summer get-together to celebrate the end of the Ashes, and that sounds nice. It's day one of Yorkshire against Durham in Scarbados, so there's obviously a 4-round of county championship matches that week, starting on the Tuesday.
You lucky person, you've got 4 days in Scarborough.
Toole from the pavilion end, left arm over, bowling to Ackerman, who's on 10, stands firm, plays it with a steady bat out towards Borthwick on the offside, no run there.
Well, with respect to this CWC, I know where I'd rather be. I think you've got the better side of the deal there, mate, to be honest.
Yeah. Sadly, it does clash with the festival we like to go to in North Yorkshire, so Tuesday start,
You're going to
Tuesday,
politely
Wednesday,
decline then,
I'll be in Scarborough. Toole bowls, turned past short mid-wicket and out towards the right in front of the meat by Ackerman for 2. These two get a really good partnership going here. They're on 21 now with it, and that element of doubt starts to creep in the game from a Durham point of view.
Doubt as in terms of winning it,
yeah,
rather than they're not going to lose it, that's for sure. But it only takes the one delivery, and yeah, it's an international class partnership, but after this there's Mulder and then the all-rounders basically. Mulder's an all-rounder, arguably.
Toole pulled through deep mid-wicket. Parkinson's out there. He dives. It hits him on the head, and it rolls along the boundary rope and goes for 4.
He hurt himself. He hurt his shoulder a bit there.
Yeah.
He's okay.
What's that flag on the fence?
Stench and Benno stand, I think.
Yeah, it's a Leicester City flag, isn't it?
It is always put up when they're there, the chaps. A little knot of loyal supporters who are at every game, many away games as well.
Toole to Ackerman. Fended away one-handed there, just towards point. He gets a single.
It's a nickname you wouldn't want, isn't it? Stench, really.
Stench. Where are Messrs Stench and
just to the, as we look, just to the right of the banner.
Right, has one of them got the blue hat on?
Yeah. A sort of blue wind cheetah of some kind, something like that.
50's come up in this over. 52 for 3. They need another 387 to win. Toole bowls. Played away off towards square leg. No run.
Mulder will be in next, but then Tom Scriven, Chris Wright, very much into the tail in those terms.
Toole bowls, played up towards Rain at mid-off, dot ball. And that is the end of the over. So it's coming up towards half past, so I'll dip out. We'll get...
You got half hour, Liz?
No, but...
Oh, I see. You just
yeah.
We'll do a swap around if we possibly can. Martin divests himself of his headphones. And I'll try and find mine, which I'll put down somewhere. Thank you. And we do now. Oh no, it still will be Matty Potts. He's going to continue from the Bennett end over number 7. This will be for the England man. From the Bennett end turns, comes running in and bowls. Ackerman goes back, works it through square leg. Rain has a bit of work to do running up from long leg to square leg to get to the deep square leg area to get to the ball. Ackerman picks up a couple. Seamless change there. We have to change seats and everything. Martin likes his own high chair. It is a bit. In comes Potts and bowls a bouncer, but again it was very short on that occasion, and Ackerman just leans back. He remains on 19 off 39 balls now, 54 for 3. Came together when Rishi Patel was caught by Ray Toole on the backward square boundary. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. And it's nice that to think, he says famous last words, given that there's going to be another couple of deliveries before the update, that I've been able to tell them that a wicket hasn't fallen in the last half hour. Potts is in, bowls, forced off the back foot nicely by Ackerman out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Nice shot from Ackerman, and Radio Leicester have kindly left a banging tune in my ears. Which one? I'm not quite sure. Oh, it's an introducing track. Lake Town with Talk About It. 58 for 3. Here comes the update. Will it come before the next Potts delivery? Possibly not. 3 slips, leg slips, short leg. Potts is in, bowls. Oh, goes past the outside edge of Ackerman's bat. Almost the wicket. Well, I'm pleased to be able to tell you that Leicestershire haven't lost
a wicket in the last half hour. They had a horrendous start to their second innings, losing 2 wickets in the first over, very nearly 3. There was also a catch dropped in it, and they lost their 3rd wicket when Rishi Patel was caught off a top edge hook. All 3 wickets falling to the former Leicestershire player Ben Rain, 26 for 3 at that stage. Well, the scoreboard has improved, but to the extent that they're now 58 for 3, so Durham still very firmly on top. Colin Ackerman, who made a very fine 140 in the first innings, he is 23 not out. Peter Hanscom, the Australia Test star, is 13 not out. The scoreboard has just moved on to 60 now for 3. All Leicestershire's hopes really with these two, if they can stay, they have to stay together until lunch and a long way beyond if the Foxes are going to save this game. They're certainly not going to win it. The target is 439. It's all about batting out and trying to get the draw. At the moment, they're 60 for 3. Potts turns. 1 ball to go in his 7th over. Runs in and bowls. Bouncer down the leg side. Ackerman ducks it. I would think that over, which was a little bit slower than some of Potts' previous efforts, understandably, will be the last of his current spell. And Michelle is back alongside.
I am indeed, and just as I came on air, I see the first real inkling that we may have some success for the remainder of this day, and that may well please Colin Ackerman and Peter Hanscom as they look to dig in and ensure that Leicestershire do not lose this match.
Tough ask, isn't it? But we've seen already that the Kookaburra goes off quite quickly, not as quickly as the white ball. When you're lucky with the white ball to get an over when it swings, but it seems with the Kookaburra, certainly you have to work harder on it. Reverse swing might be possible a little bit later, but the fact we're seeing Matty Parkinson being introduced into the attack now for Ray Toole suggests that they want to give him a few overs while the ball is still quite hard.
Yep.
And see if they can get a little bit of bounce, see if the leggy can get a bit of bounce.
Although they've only gone with the 1 slip, which is surprising. I mean, there's a lot of scoreboard pressure here. They've got the man at short leg, 1 slip and the keeper. I thought they put more men around the bat, but Matt Parkinson, as you say, into bowl his first over of the day. Ooh, well, it's an interesting leave there by Peter Hanscom. A lot of oohs and ahs. It doesn't trouble the stumps, but good start there for Matt Parkinson. In once more. Oh, well, Pete Hampson comes forward to that one, and the man at short leg doesn't, I mean, he probably sees it late. It's probably gone past him before he can see it, but when you're put in at short leg, you're there for those kind of half chances. And, Hanscom's able to get a run. 2 balls, 2 problems. That one's flighted a bit more by Matt Parkinson, and it's played out. Played out to the man in the covers by Colin Ackerman, no run. Forward again by Ackerman. This time he's able to come through for 1 run, I should say. I think we're going to see a lot of Parkinson throughout the day, I would imagine.
Potentially, that's for sure.
Parkinson back in again. Well, Hanscom uses his feet this time. Dancy is at least 2 paces down the track, and he's able to tuck that into the leg side and come through for a single. And that may well be the way forward. You can't allow 63 for 3 notwithstanding, you can't allow the spinner to just get into a rhythm and dictate proceedings to you. So I can understand why they'd be coming down the track. Although this time Ackerman rocks on the back foot, plays it out into the covers and will come through for 1. And that's the end of a very quick over from Matt Parkinson. And Leicestershire are 64 for 3 at the end of that over. Peter Hanscom 15 from 18 balls, and Colin Ackerman 27 from 46.
Jumpers being shed out there, bearing out what you were saying about the sun. It's very pleasant, the temperatures actually outside at the moment. It was chillier yesterday after the baking heat of Sunday.
Yeah, I nearly, when I left my house this morning, I contemplated putting a hoodie on, but I gambled. I gambled that the sun would come out by mid-afternoon.
It's very pleasant watching conditions out there. Still plenty of grey around, shades thereof above, but as Michelle said, some lighter patches. Well, Ben Rain is going to replace Matty Potts at the Bennett end, so he's had a bit of a break. Rain, first 5 overs were quite impressive, one has to say, from the Pavilion end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 17 for our old friend. He's going to have a go down the slope, a bit of momentum from there, see if he can add to the 3 wickets he's taken in this innings, the 4 he took in the first innings, so he's already up to 7 for the game. Rain, down the slope he comes past the tall figure of umpires Chantry and bowls to Ackerman. Ackerman stretches forward, plays it out to Borthwick, who begins to juggle with the ball at his feet, but his footballing skills aren't quite up to it, ends up just bending down and picking it up. Ackerman remains 27, Hanscom 15. Partnership 38. I wouldn't exactly say that the ship is now in calm waters, but it looks a little bit better. In goes Rain and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Ackerman's bat. Just taking the pace off it, Rain. He's never been a fast bowler as such, but he can bowl at a lively medium. He's not trying to do that at the moment. He's basically trying to move it, a little bit of swing if he can get it. If there is movement to be extracted, he finds it. So if he's taken 7 in the match, and he came in on 37 wickets for Ben Rain so far this season. He comes, bowls. Ackerman is waiting, playing in his crease. The ball down into the pitch, bounces up high above head height before Clark, still with his pads on from his short leg duties, comes running into field, and there's no run.
I think certainly there's, I know we've got our kind of thoughts around the Kookaburra ball, but it's done, I won't say enough in these opening 15 overs, but it's just how long will Durham get suitable use out of it.
Rain is in, bowls. Ackerman again, very similar back foot defensive shot. Ball bounces down and up very high before being fielded by Clark.
I think if Durham had said to themselves prior to coming back out on the field, how many wickets do we want in this first session? If we're going to force a win, how many do we want? And I think this is the perfect session for them. I think this is the best case scenario they could have reasonably asked for.
Rain is in and bowls. Ackerman forward this time, getting more or less to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out into the offside. The ubiquitous Clark fields once more.
I think what's been impressive for Rain, it's not so much the wickets, it's actually the pressure. It's miserly. 5.5 overs, 3 for 17. Just asking question, ball after ball after ball.
Runs in, bowls. Ackerman is driving pleasantly for 4. Well done, Matt. We'll take that one. Just over pitch there, just enough width, and Ackerman didn't try and hit it too hard. He just leant into it, and Rain walks a little disconsolate. Well, he's got that sort of slightly disconsolate walk even when things are going very, very well, but head slightly down for once, but he should be not too unhappy with figures of 3 for 21 from 6 overs. Ackerman into the 30s now, on to 31, so over 170 runs in the match. Remember, 146 in the first innings, nearly 180 runs in the match. Can he replicate what Alex Lees did for Durham, century in each innings. He's going to have to, probably, if Leicestershire are going to have any chance of saving this game.
You'd arguably say that both of them would have to turn up in an ideal scenario.
I think you're right. Mulder is capable of big scores. He's a very fine bat, the South Africa international all-rounder who's due in next thereafter. There's some dogged batsmen, but I'm not sure there are some century scorers among them.
Matt Parkinson for his second over of the day. And again, left alone. With minimum fuss there by Pete Hanscom. He did similar in the first ball of Matt Parkinson's first over, but this one a better leave, I would say. There's no real concerns with that ball. Parkinson in once more. And Hanscom rocks on the back foot, but cannot beat the man at point, and there'll be no run.
He never looks hurried, Hanscom, at anything he does on a cricket field. Actually, or off it, to be quite honest. He's that sort of character. Here comes the sun. Right.
Oh, and this time Hanscom reaches forward, looking to, I guess, defend that. Beats the outside edge. And there'll be no run there, but Matt Parkinson just answering a question.
Yeah, that turned.
This time Hanscom is able to get to the pitch of the ball and defends that back down the track to Matt Parkinson. No run. Again, if I'm Durham, I'm getting a few more men around the bat here. Lots of runs to play with. Again, Hanscom back onto the back foot again and plays it to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, stay a bit low as well. You'd kind of expected a bit on day 4. Let's have a look. It did, actually. It was the sort of one that went on. He hasn't really got a googly, but it went on straight and stayed a bit low, skidded.
This time Hanscom dances down the track, but he isn't able to get enough on it. It's fielded at long. It's fielded at mid-on, and there'll be no run. That's the end of another good over from Matt Parkinson. Leicestershire 68 for 3. What sounds like some kind of Spitfire is flying over the ground.
Helicopter. Spitfire.
Is it a helicopter? I actually can't see it.
There's a heliport just a couple of miles just up the road, and just occasionally we'll get one that goes overhead.
It was my Kent leanings which just decided every plane I hear must be some kind of Spitfire.
So if you're from the sort of Bromley area,
yeah, Biggin Hill Airport.
That's I was just thinking, you're a Kentish man rather than a man of Kent.
Yes,
that's the way
that's how I would say it.
Yeah. Rain is in and bowls on off stump. Ackerman forward defending, bounces out to Clark as ever.
If you speak to,
is it the other side of the Medway?
Right,
you
you speak to people in Kent and they would say they probably don't count Bromley as Kent.
Oh.
They would say it's the great Bromley is a great London borough, right?
Yeah.
But people from Bromley, and if you go to, I guess if you went to certain schools in Bromley, you would historically play schools in Kent, so you feel like you are a part of Kent.
Kent-ish.
Yes.
Which is why I guess the name. Right. Silly mid-off has gone in now for Rain to bowl to Ackerman. He's come out of mid-wicket, so just the two men on the leg side as Rain is in. Bowls, edge, dropped at second slip. That was a chance, and that was a huge moment. It's running on down to the third man boundary. Beddingham, who's got a good pair of hands, got his right hand to it. It was at a fairly catchable height, and there's one or two hands on hips and heads out there amongst the Durham fielders. They can't believe he didn't hang on to that one. Oh my goodness, could that be a big moment in the game?
He's got himself in a tangle there. He's gone one way almost, and okay.
He got his right hand to it, didn't he? He did have quite a long way to go, I've got to be fair, but it was a good foot or so above the ground, and he got a good right hand to it. Couldn't hang on. Ackerman, fortunate, survives. In goes Rain, bowls again to him. Ackerman, once bitten, lets that one go through.
I think Beddingham would expect to take that though. It's at a catchable height, and if it's presented to you, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's there to be taken.
Yeah. And that would have, I think, would have been pretty much the final nail in Leicestershire's coffin. But Ackerman survived. Indeed, he prospers because he picked up 4 as well. Moved on to 35. Rain is in. Ackerman forward, studiously, head right over the ball, plays it down into the ground. Silly mid-off, Fields, and there is no run.
So what do you put this down to? I mean, we have to consider the state of the game. Up until this innings, scoring has been relatively straightforward. Is this a day 4 pitch, or is this scoreboard pressure, or situation pressure, I should say?
I think it's a combination of things. I think Durham have bowled well with the new ball. I think scoreboard pressure is a factor, but I think a few have been affected by what has gone on this season. Our bowls a bouncer there, Ben Rain, and a fairly slow, loopy one. Ackerman ducks underneath it. But it's also a characteristic of some, you know, of the Budinger spars away whatever the situation. You know, once he's gone past 50, so twice has he gone past 50? Did he get 50 early on?
Yeah, 250s.
250s. But other than that, you know he's going to fail a certain percentage of the time. And he went chasing after a wide one, second ball, edged behind. You know, that can happen with him. Rain is in to Ackerman, who wristily defends, just turns his wrists on that defensive shot on the back foot. Rain 55, not out of 72 for 3, the partnership approaching 50. But I think also with Hills was a defensive shot, looked a slightly tired defensive prod, and Patel's hooking at a bouncer, having just gotten away with one, having been dropped off his first ball as well. I think his head is a little bit scrambled by what has gone on at the club this past few days. Just my opinion, obviously. I don't know, but I do feel that is the case. So combination of things, really, Mash.
Well, Matt Parkinson back in again for his 3rd over, and Hanscom essentially flat bats that one back to Parkinson.
A good bowling by Ben Rain, who knows these pitches so well. You know, he played here for 6 years, and up that hill he went. I watched most of them.
Parkinson again, and again Hanscom rocks onto the back foot, plays it through the covers for 1. I think at this stage Hanscom and Ackerman will be looking to, how long have you got? Probably 3 overs at a push.
Parky gets through his overs quickly, doesn't he? So yeah, 3, maybe 4.
This one's defended. Ackerman comes forward and defends that into the offside for no run. Parkinson again, 4th delivery of his over, and again carbon copy. Ackerman comes forward and defends into the offside.
Might be saying that a few times over the next couple of hours. Leicestershire will be hoping so.
Again defended into the offside by Ackerman. 1 more ball remaining of Matt Parkinson's 3rd over. He's only gone for 5 runs at this juncture. He may well be saying to his captain, give me a few more men, one more slip. This time Ackerman drives on the front foot but cannot beat the man at cover, and that will be no run as well. And I think there's 1 only off that particular over, and Leicestershire are 73 for 3. Pete Hanscom 16 not out, and Colin Ackerman 35 not out.
A lot of experience there, Ackerman and Hanscom, in conversation in mid-pitch. Hanscom will be on strike against Rain. Potts has now gone in at 2nd slip instead of Beddingham. That's interesting. Didn't Beddingham hurt himself? I'm not sure. I didn't see him go running off, but I can't see him out there, so he might just have taking a bit of skin off his elbow or something. Gone for some running repairs. Rain into Hanscom, who plays late as ever on off stump. Again, it didn't get up too high. Kept it out. Pushed it out to backward point. And there is no run. Ray Toole there. Hasn't taken a wicket, but he took an important catch to see the end of Patel. Clark is being moved from mid-wicket to silly-ish mid-off. Certainly in a catching position. Stands with legs akimbo, pads underneath his whites as Rain is in to Hanscom, who leaves the outswinger. Started wide, went a little bit wider. Robinson took it.
I think the only problem Durham will be thinking in the back of their heads is, and I know injuries have played a role in some of this, but beyond Potts and Rain, can they find other wicket takers as the day goes longer? Obviously they've got two excellent bowlers up front, but can the support cast play a role?
Rain is in, bowls fuller and straighter this time, and playing across the line, Hanscom works it out towards wide mid-on. He picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. I was saying 3 consecutive LBWs as well, simply by essentially bowling straight, moving it back in. And he's a very canny bowler, Ben Rain. Works out what's going to work out best for him, so to speak, how much movement he can get. And there's no question that Durham have used the Kookaburra more effectively than the Leicestershire bowlers managed to do. Rain is in. Hanscom gets a short ball. He swivels, pulls it around the corner and pulls it for 4. Travaskis had no idea where that had gone at deep backward square. It wasn't that far wide of him. It went squarer, and it went through sort of between mid-wicket and square leg. He was at deepish backward square, Travaskis, and sort of stood and stared. Didn't have a clue. It can happen on this ground. It can be quite difficult to pick up the ball, and Travaskis raised a hand in apology because he simply did not see that. Hanscom moves on to 20, 77 for 3, a 50 partnership. Hooray for Leicestershire. I say hooray. It will boost the morale of the long-suffering Leicestershire supporters, that's for sure. And give them just a smidgen of hope. These two can stay together, but they're probably going to have to put on a 200 partnership as Rain goes in and bowls. Hanscom defends on the back foot, drops it out wide of mid-on, out towards mid-wicket. Matty Parkinson with a white towel hanging out of the back of his trousers runs across to mid-wicket to field. Hanscom moves on to 21, 78 for 3. I just do feel that Ackerman moment was a big one, potentially. But Rain will be patient. 3 for 30 for him now. Final ball of his 8th over comes running in and bowls. Ackerman is forward, ball bounces down and up into the hands of Graham Clark. Moves across to his right at that silly mid-off position, and that is over. Now, 12th man is coming out. Leicestershire's 12th man, Roman Walker, with a new bat, or selection of new bats for Hanscom to choose from.
I suspect they may only want one more over, because
I suspect you're right.
I mean, it's a lovely array of bats there.
But
I'm not sure.
There's still 6-5. They can make a Matty Parkinson over last 5 minutes. I know what you're saying, but it isn't going to happen. Walker jogs back off. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 in each hand, including obviously now the used one.
So Matt Parkinson in for his 4th over in succession, or 4th consecutive over, I should say, and that's defended into the onside for no run by Peter Hanscom. And again, Hanscom comes forward and dead bats that one, and Matt Parkinson picks up and collects. Of course, Matt Parkinson in the first innings took 3 for 115. You would think he would believe that he can get some wickets on the final day as well. How important he will be, time will tell. Hanscom comes forward this time, drives that straight down the ground. No one's going to cut that one off, and that'll be 4 runs. In fact, Matt Parkinson did well to jump over the ball, because that was travelling at a rate of knots there. And a welcome 4 to the Leicestershire total. They move on to 82 for 3. Peter Hanscom moves to 25 not out. Parkinson in again, and this time Hanscom defends that. Back down the track to Parkinson, no run.
This could be Hanscom's last first class excuse me, innings at Grace Road. Come back to that point in a moment.
And Hanscom, seen this so many times already in this innings, rocks onto the back foot, doesn't beat cover, but as you said, he looks... Is languid the right word? I feel like that's the word to describe his play.
Absolutely the right word. Absolutely.
Last ball of the over, and Parkinson skips down the... Again, there's a bit of a misfield there, and I think that May is clipped it through mid-wicket. Oh, nope. Just cut off on the boundary rope. I think they've run through for... Was that 2 or 3? They run 3 in the end. They've run through for 3. They profited off the misfield, collected 2 when there was probably only 1 there, or 2 extra when there was only 1 there, and they moved the scoreboard to 85 for 3. Peter Hanscom 28 not out. Colin Ackerman 35. You said that this may be...
Yeah, simply because Ajinkya Rahane is theoretically coming to Leicestershire for the second half of the season, although it keeps being extended because he first of all got back into the India Test squad, and now suddenly he's vice-captain and playing all forms, so...
Yeah, because India are touring West Indies beginning July 12th, 2 Test matches. Never mind the ODIs that follow after that.
And he's very much part of that picture. Liam Travaskis is replacing Ben Rain, so a short burst for Ben from the Bennett end. Hanscom's sort of contract keeps getting extended, but he'll have to go back before too long. In goes Travaskis, bowls. Hanscom goes back, steers it to point. There is no run because obviously he has to prepare for the start of the Australia season, domestic season in Victoria, in Melbourne. So he should be able to play the Royal, I keep calling it that, the One Day Cup in August. In goes Travaskis, fires it in a bit, back goes Hanscom, again steers it to backward point. But Leicestershire's next home game is being played at Oakham against Worcester in a couple of weeks' time. So in terms of first class cricket, as Travaskis is in, back goes Hanscom. Go to Glamorgan in a week or so, and then Worcester, and then the games are in September when he will be back in Australia. So theoretically this could be his last, well, it almost certainly will be, I think, his last first class innings of the season. Who knows what's going to happen next season at the Uptonsteel County Ground in front of home spectators. Travaskis steps in and bowls, fires it in. There's an appeal for a leg before he was surely hit outside the line. We'll have a look at the replay, and if it turned at all, then it might have gone on with the arm. Let's have a look. Ooh,
it's definitely worth a shout.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. He was forward, but absolutely was worth a shout. Turned down by umpire Shantry. Have a look at. They're going to show a replay. Whether it's in slow motion. In goes Travaskis and bowls. Worked by Hanscom, just slightly wide of Borthwick, who slid and picked up, but he didn't pick up. Tried to pick up and shaped to hurl the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but failed to actually complete the picking up part. So Hanscom joins Ackerman in the 30s, 30 off 41. Ackerman 36 off 64. Travaskis is in. Ackerman is forward, smothering the pitch of the ball, smothering any spin. There wasn't any, and that will be a lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was a very interesting, certainly first hour, and in a very different way, second hour as well, with Durham extending their first innings in short order. Hit the very first ball of the day, David Bedingham, for 6. 296 for 2, became 343 for 4 before the declaration came, leaving Leicestershire 439 to win from 89 overs. An unlikely prospect made even more so by the fact that they lost 2 wickets in their first over of their reply. Sol Budinger and Lewis Hill both falling to catches behind the wicket off Ben Rain. Rishi Patel, who was dropped in the first over, off the very first ball in fact at mid-wicket, then top-edged a hook at Rain and was caught by Toole on the backward square boundary. Ackerman and Hanscom battled through, impressively so really, although Ackerman on 31 was dropped by David Bedingham at second slip off Ben Rain. He goes to lunch on 36, not out. Peter Hanscom on 30, not out. Leicestershire on 88 for 3. 67 overs they have to survive, potentially. Another 351 runs to win, but it's all about survival. I'll do an update for BBC Radio Leicester, and we'll be back with you after lunch.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
in the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
final day of the insurance championship between Leicestershire and Durham. So I presume this is position 40. We'll get 400 actual target. He says the number of potential today weapons or suggesting slight possibility of some on the Durham target. It was 7 Leicestershire innings. Even more power when the decided to defeat the former Leicester Ben Ray. Peterham has 13 and Colin Hanscom has 13 Fox and Ben Wilson Martinez. Michelle Hewitt, myself, Richie, your commentator on this fight. Yes. Cloud. It was still very the wind building.
Yes, Sunday for the probably to and he tends to that one did in the covers. His full lunch and settle into somewhat of a rhythm. You can try and continue that groove post lunch. Well, that's something called a groove as Peter Hanscom comes forward to that kind of meets a low full toss, or maybe it was even high full toss you could call it, and blast that one out.
Interesting. Now used feet nicely. Hanscom cracked it down to long on for 4.
Do you know, I thought that actually went over the boundary. I didn't even see it. My fault. It was actually a boundary. Such was the beauty of the shot that I thought it actually hit it over the boundary. But it's 4 runs, and Leicestershire moved to 94 for 3. Parkinson again, and he was so shan. He hasn't got to play. He makes it look even easier, and he adds another one to his total. Parkinson again, and
nice flight.
Nearly induces, well, does induce the outside edge, but it's played into the ground by Ackerman. Shouts of in appreciation of the delivery there from Parkinson. And again, asking a few questions here.
I'm with you. I don't understand why there isn't a sort of second slip or a silly mid-off. Just runs are now almost completely irrelevant.
100%.
Really.
100%. This time Ackerman goes for a sweep. It looks like it catches the top edge of the bat. Can only find the man on what looks like the square leg, just kind of squarish boundary.
Yeah, Ben Rain down there. It landed miles short of him, but it certainly was a false shot.
Definitely shouts of catch for that ball. Once into Hanscom again, and Hanscom defends it on the front foot, and there'll be no run there. Somewhat of an eventful over, taken for 4 early on in the over, and then drawing 2 edges of Colin Ackerman. Neither one going to a fielder, but certainly asking questions. And again, Ray just raises the question. Before lunch, I could understand why they might
suddenly emerged ahead of him with Potts should be there. In he goes and bowls it. Certainly he is capable. Hurrying batsman Potts. Definitely at this level, but this is a pretty benign surface still. Hasn't been anything in it for bowlers throughout, but that's the object, isn't it, of the sort of kookaburra. You've got to work on your skills. You've got to get better. Basically, with ball in hand, Potts is in 2. Ackerman defends late, drops it down towards Travaskis in the gully. Now Rain and off. No run, obviously. Ackerman, remember, dropped just before lunch on 31 by David Beddingham at second slip off the bowling of Rain. Is that moment going to be key? Still got loads of overs left to get these wickets, Durham, but you never quite know. In goes Potts and bowls. Held that one back a touch, I think. Ackerman was forward to times. With face inside that, perhaps. Out towards mid-on it goes. Matt Parkinson, the only single saving fielder on the leg side at that wide-ish mid-on. Otherwise, we've got a deep square and a long leg. 2 slips gully as Potts is in, bowls. Ackerman is pushing into the mid-wicket area, so there is going to be one as running in from deep square. Comes the leg side sweeper and one in taken strike. He moves on to 38 now, 97 for 3. The partnership worth 71.
Yeah, I think the game plan should be pretty clear here for Leicestershire. See off the initial post-lunch spell, and then I think
just bat, basically.
Yeah, batters the quality of Ackerman and Hanscom should feel that once they see off the initial spell, I suspect they're targeting certainly a central sort of first. So we met Parkinson of the left arm house development that we certainly can see enough in these first 5.1 overs to suggest he could play a significant role. This time Ackerman forward to that delivery. No run.
Apparently Ackerman means basically farmer in Dutch South African.
Right.
Akker is sort of field, so it's got a fieldsman as in farmer, apparently. And Akker complete sharpish, but by no means dangerous single. And don't we find it extraordinary that not one of the 18 counties so far has had a points deduction for slow rate over rate this season? Well, plus figures are bad, obviously. Minus figures are good in terms of the over rate on the scoreboard, Phil. In goes Potts and bowls, and whipped off his legs by Ackerman down towards deep backwards square. Alex Lees runs around from long leg, picks up, gets his throwaway. Ackerman takes 1. He moves on to 39. 99 for 3. And obviously the plus or minus refers to whether it's above or below what the over rate should be. To wit, as Potts is in bowl, slightly short of a length. Hanscom back foot, just calmly as ever, turns it into the vacant square leg area and brings up the 100 for the Foxes. One in which you can detect the note of relief, I think, from Leicestershire supporters.
Yeah, I mean, given it was, what, 27 at the fall of the third wicket?
Indeed.
It's they're homing in on a 100-run partnership. So
it looked a long way off at that stage, didn't it? 100 for 3, but all they can do, these two, is just see bat and bat and bat and see where it takes them. Potts, with a sweatband on his left wrist, comes in and bowls to Ackerman on off stump, back foot, fends it into the offside. Is none of the 18 counties has had a points deduction for slow over 8 this season. I mean, at the moment, Durham could be looking at one if they're not careful, although they have managed to get the over 8 down from +5 to +4. It mustn't be over +2. Otherwise you could face a points deduction. Potts is in, goes for the drive. Ackerman is gone. Potts has his wicket. He went for the drive. Got, I think, inside takes that huge win. Enforce the win. 1 and for the win. Ackerman goes for 39. No one, I suspect, will be more relieved than David Beddingham, who dropped him on 31. It's been a good partnership of 74, but Leicestershire needed it to be twice or even 3 times that to have a real chance of, you feel, securing the draw. Potts, back from England duty, has done it for Durham. He has got Ackerman caught behind for 39, and Leicestershire are 100 for 4.
Yeah, Colin Ackerman's going to be disappointed with himself there, because he's shown such good defence, generally speaking, through the majority of the innings, that the one that gives it away was uncharacteristic, given how he had played. Yes, Matt Potts is a good...
Last recognised batters really short and pulled by Mulder out towards wicket. Here's a good of the ball. It's going to go now on the wicket. I think who is at the running and managed a direct back and prove of who's occupying the Durham balcony in front of their dressing room just below us. You probably heard them cheering, and I'm sure his teammates on the pitch did as well.
Cricket's a funny old game, because when I came this morning and spoke to you, I said, what, shake hands at 5 o'clock? might be shaking hands on, well, the game's over. Because I genuinely thought this might just peter out to a draw, but here we are with Durham certainly in the ascendancy, and make no mistake about it, they are now looking for that victory.
Scoreboard pressure, combination bowling, recently, and good play. You know, it's
Parkinson over of the day, still a little short and downside, and Mulder along the ground. There'll be no Ryan. I will tell you in a minute who is actually under the helmet. I think it might be Footney. Mulder kind of whips that one. And again, forward, defended, no run. It's almost perfect. This is perfect conditions, not conditions, but this is a perfect situation, I should say, for Parkinson to bowl in. Can just get into his work. There's plenty of runs to work with. Batters under pressure. And once again, final ball of the over defended, and they'll all of the over defended, and there'll be no run there. Leicestershire 103 for 4. Peter Hanscom 37 not out. And Vian Mulder, who's fresh to the crease, 3 not out after 7 balls faced. The game plan hasn't changed for Leicestershire. If Peter Hanscom and Colin Ackerman had to bat and bat, all that changes now is Vian Mulder has to bat and bat and bat, and so on and so forth for whoever, for the next batter who comes in. If the next batter comes in, for all we know, Hanscom and Mulder could put on a 200-run partnership and see out the day.
Mulder has been partnership much. We'll see whether they can put on at Hove. Different situation, obviously, is equally doctors and Mulder. Then, of course, it's Hanscom. But if they are these two, we'll be into much all-rounded.
One to can consider it motion.
Good question.
Not false position, but
isn't Hanscom who defends our moment back short now. Clock has taken it off away from the to need helmet. He's only sort of 3 pitch widths away on the diagonal at that short mid-wicket position. And Jones is at, I beg your pardon, Travaskis is at short-ish backward square. Yeah, it is a very good question, and my concern has always been about depth and lack thereof. In goes Potts and Bowl, shorter this time, up on his toes is Hanscom, dropping the delivery from just outside off stump out into the run. I think the defeat at Worcester, when they completely drove the game for 3.5 days and should have won on a lively pitch, and somehow didn't let. They gave their last 5. They thought they had the sort of enough, more than enough, and gave away their last 5 wickets. Really, when another 30 runs, and they would definitely have won. In goes Potts and Bowles, defended again by Hanscom off stump out into the offside. And had they won that, then they would have been well experienced and would have won momentum. As it is, Worcester won by 3 wickets, and I think that took a lot of the momentum away, although they did then go on and win just a couple of weeks ago at Bristol against Gloucestershire. But when you look at the squad and the size of it, you just wonder a little bit. Cleared beautifully by Hanscom to 3rd man for 4. They have, unfortunately, it was that of Colin Attwood and heading up for another big score in the 2nd. But he got an inside edge to a delivery, attempting to drive Matty Potts, and was caught behind by Ollie Robb.
Not out shortly, I will make way. As Martin is one cosp.
Anyway, first change. He's got a break and he's way to great tool now for the Bears. Going to come over the wicket to the left arm to Peter Hanscom and looks for something offside. 2 straight, put his shots in and both run across the field. And there's no run. 111 for 4. Nelson then. Hanscom 44. Mulder. Just the hope really one feels for the Foxes to save the game. These two. In goes Toole and Bowles. Leans forward carefully. Hanscom blocking down the pitch on the on side. That isn't in any way a denigration of the batters to come. Tom Scriven to dab it away, thick bottom edge, bounced probably 3 or 4 to one side of the stumps, but taken by Robinson to his left. Behind them, an indication of how close it might have been. So Toole still striving, I think, for his first wicket in the game, isn't he? But got close there. Martin back alongside, having had his last Leicester lunch of the season. Enjoy?
Yeah, we're not here anymore, are we? Don't come in the one-day cup, do we?
Don't think so, no. In goes Toole and bowls. Hanscom whips him away through straight-ish mid-wicket. In pursuit is Parkinson, puts in a good slide, gets his throw away, and keeps Hanscom to a couple off the Nelson. 113 for 4, Hanscom on to 46.
Conversation at lunch was I was of the opinion that Hanscom and Ackerman could build a big innings, you know, put 150-200 partnership on the board, as we've seen this in this game, and the match would just drift. But the counter observation was it's a long tail, but it's not won yet by Durham by any stretch of the imagination.
Toole is in. Hanscom is carefully leaning forward, blocking out towards mid-off, and it is excuse me, the end of the 30th over of Leicestershire's second innings. The run rate throughout the game has been 4 or above, and even with 4 wickets down it is 3.8, but that's probably a nature of the short boundary, easy, relatively benign pitch and very, very fast outfield. As much as anything, Durham again have bowled pretty well in this second innings so far, boosted by the presence of Matthew Potts, Esquire.
And Rain
What's happening for me?
Was it the he got 3 times reading earlier today? Correct match.
I had an email down with something else to think about. I explained over it. It's still getting pretty cases.
Parkinson up on the Lakeside. Sucks like rain.
You know, say it was maybe 50% 4 or 5 o'clock-ish, but it has been building where it tends to come from here.
It was July 19 when Durham fought back after a 95-run first innings deficit. Parkinson bowls played by Mulder out towards mid-wicket, and it's missed completely by Travaskis, and it's gone for 4. He seemed to roll over the top of it.
Didn't he dive over it somehow?
Ben Rain took match figures of 9 for 97, including 5 for 47 in the second innings.
Has he got a 100 deal? Because he got one last year, didn't he?
I don't know.
Rayner for, Masher, as he's apparently known.
I've got no idea. Can't even remember when all that was announced.
It's an ongoing thing, isn't it?
Is it?
They seem to have various times at which.
117 for 4, Parkinson in, and the ball pushed up to the cover area, no run there. As Dave Griffin was pointing, don't have to forensically analyse it or think about the commentaries or anything, just watch it and enjoy it.
Umpire Watts getting a little medication.
Because we work such long days, you miss a lot anyway, don't you? You know, regularly don't get away from the time you got home. Whatever. Hanscom on 46.
Down the slope from the Bennett end to bowl to the aforementioned batter, who is forced at guiding it down towards back point. Travaskis is on the point boundary, across the nails piss up and throws and takes single, moves on to 47.
Ooh, look, lights are coming on.
Yeah, the light's not bad at the moment, but it's almost in anticipation. They can see the umpires, this sort of dark bank that's building over there towards the southwest. Sort of Coventry-ish area. There's Toole runs in and bowls. Mulder covers up on off stump. The ball, as it did sometimes with Ackerman, bounces down and then up very high. Toole turns, runs in and bowls short, pulled around the corner, not entirely convincingly, slightly sort of off the edge by Mulder. He got just about on top of it. It runs down towards Lees at wide long leg, and Mulder jogs one, moves on to 9, 119 for 4.
Net weather says the current temperature is 22, cloud cover 95%, storm risk 14%, but it's not expecting any rain until around about 7. And it feels like it's 27 degrees.
Tool is in. Bowls. Hanscom just dabs down on it. No, 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 he says. Probably heard him as moving to his right. Matt Potts, from that sort of 4th slip-ish position, makes the stop. Who's number 20? Is he one of the...
Is it Bushnell?
I think it's one of the 12th men. Mr. Bushnell is out there under a wide-brimmed, not a beanie, style sun hat. As are a couple of his teammates. In goes Toole, pulled by Hanscom, out to Bushnell. More or less straight to him up there in front of the manual scoreboard. Come on to 48, 120 before.
At the moment, there's a thin band of rain stretching from Cardiff up towards Sheffield. So it's to the west of us. It's across Wolverhampton, Birmingham and Worcester at the moment. And Stoke, but not over us at the moment.
Toole to finish his 4th over is in. Left by Mulder, outside off stump. Vague suggestion of a little bit of shape back in, but no more than that. End of over 32, 120.
The main lady character in that one. Oops. He was coming in a bowl there and Hanscom just said, wait on a minute. He is on 49 as Parkinson comes into bowl and he's played it back to him. It's cut off the back foot, but it bommels back to Parkinson. He's had 3 50s in a century so far, Peter Hanscom, this year. So he scored 112. Comes down the track, taps it short to Clark on the leg side. It's a dot ball. That's the end of the over. So Hanscom's century was 112 in the win against Yorkshire in Leeds. That was the first round of matches. Since then he's got a 95 against Glamorgan here. That was at the end of April. And what else? He had 68 not out against Yorkshire in the other innings in Leeds. That was the first innings. And 62 against Derbyshire and Derby in May. So the last one was in May, early May.
Over the ground. It almost delivered by Toole is in Mulder Bay. And for the last 17 overs, I think, was accompanied by Leicestershire's last man, Bjorn Hendricks. I think Hendricks was the calmer of the two, if anything. That was Hendricks' great best day, really. They didn't have too many with the ball, unfortunately, for Big Bjorn. In goes Toole, bowls outside off stump, goes straight through into the gloves of Robinson, uninterrupted by Mulder, who just let it go. Phil points out, Phil, who's also a cycling fan, incidentally, like ourselves, he's saying, isn't it extraordinary that not one of the 18 counties has had a points deduction for slow over 8 so far this season?
Durham have.
You have had?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There you go, Phil. You are mistaken in your belief. As Toole is in, bowls short, pulled down behind the corner by Mulder, and he's somehow found the gap between Bushnell and Lees, who were converging on the ball, but were both about a metre behind it when it crossed the ropes down there at deep backward square. Mulder into the 20s now, 132 for 4. I was going to say they're in a little bit of danger in this one as well, but you would have thought that with Parkinson bowling a few overs, they'll quickly improve that.
I can't remember which game it was, but it didn't finish at the end of day 4. It finished on the morning of day 4. And so it was either Yorkshire at home or Derbyshire at home, and by the time I'd walked down to the car park, Durham had been docked a point.
Toole is in. Mulder, length delivery on Midland leg. Mulder just blocks it back down. The pitch picked up by Graham Clark. shortish mid-wicket position. 1-3-2 for 4 after 34. 55 overs now remain for Durham to take the 6 wickets and for Leicestershire to try and grind out the draw.
The good news for Davy Fennick is he's managed to get through to the club shop, got it, and he's ordered a...
He's got his beanie.
Mine's a large, but I think it's too big. It nearly blew off my head the other day when I was walking along the street.
Did you have to buy it? Or
I did buy
Durham
it, yes.
kindly?
No, I
Okay.
bought it. I bought 2 because I bought one for my daughter as well. Parkinson in, bowls, and this has gone down towards backward point. Hanscom is still on 49 from 70 balls, 71
Indeed,
balls?
70, yeah.
In his first-class career so far, he's had 20 hundreds and 54 50s, and he's nearly been done there. Was that a wrong one from Parkinson? It's ended up at slip, but I've lost my live feed because the NV play card.
Is that your Playfair, by the way, as well?
Yeah.
It is, okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure whether Tipex is yours too.
The Playfair got damaged after the first game of the season. Ball tickled round the corner by Hanscom, and he is eventually there for his 50, so it's the 5th time this season that he's got there. And that comes in 72 balls, 7 fours.
5 50s, 1 century in the very first game.
Parkinson to Mulder. Bit of dust coming up from Parkinson's right boot as he stopped there. Having delivered that one, Mulder playing the ball short towards point, no run.
Not quite up there with Lee's, but 2 50s in the game for Hanscom. Consistency.
Ah, did he? I forgot he got one on the first. I thought he was out before he got the 50. This is watched and goes through the keeper. Where is he?
55, yeah.
Ah, right. I thought he was out in the 30s. So
You're
yeah,
making
I've done him out of a half
myself
century
there.
then. So yeah, 5 half centuries in a century this year. Parkinson in again, med on the bounce, around about leg foot. Leg stump. Fright by Mulder. I don't know what leg foot is.
It's a 4th day expression.
I think of Kenton Bank foot in Newcastle on the metro line. Does look like it's brightening up now. Athlete's foot, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's drifting. It's sort of drifting to the south slightly, curiously. Rain. With an E, less Durham supporters, don't worry. The right sort of rain is coming back on to bowl at the Bennett end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. 2 spells for Ben. Not successful in the second, although he should have been, arguably, in that he created a chance. He had Ackerman dropped by Beddingham diving to his right at second slip. As it turned out, wasn't too expensive as far as Durham were concerned. He was on 31 at the time, ultimately dismissed by Matty Potts, caught behind for 39. So 2 close fielders in front of the bat on the offside. 2 sort of short extra cover as rain is in. Hanscom is turning rain off middle and leg stump down towards long leg, and he's going to pick up 2. Lee's had a lot of ground to make up to the ball, running along the ropes. Down in front of us, casting shadows from the floodlights. Now the umpires are going to have a chat about it. They're just at the moment it is a little bit dark, but I don't think, they're going to check because they've got a measure now, haven't they, from last night. But it was pretty dark when they took them off last night. I'm not sure it's as dark as this now, as it was then, now, if that makes sense. So let us see if we meet that point No, we
Staying
don't.
on.
It's definitely a bit lighter than it was.
It's lightening up to the... Where are we looking south, did you say?
Well, southwest is where, right. Updates time. Burst of some popular beat combo in our headphones. Tells me that an update is on its way. In goes rain and bowls. Hanscom is forward defending. Here's the update. Happy to be able to tell you that no Leicestershire wickets have fallen in the last half hour. Peter Hanscom, battling away, has scored his second 50 of the game for the Foxes. He is 52 not out of 74 balls, having lost Colin Ackerman, the only wicket to fall after lunch, for 39 when the score was 100. Vian Mulder has come out to join Hanscom. Mulder is on 20. They've put together a partnership so far worth 35 for the fifth wicket. It's going to have to be worth an awful lot more than that, though, if Leicestershire are going to go on and save this game. Their notional target is 439. Their actual target is the 53.5 overs that remain. They need to play them out and try and secure the draw that way. Durham needs 6 more wickets. Leicestershire are 135 for 4. Back with you on comms. You missed just the one delivery that was defended by Hanscom, who waits with bat raised as rain runs in and bowls to him. A little dab out into the offside, a late dab through the backward point area down towards Travaskis, coming in off the point boundary. Takes one.
Davy Fenwick's email, he says, I was just thinking of the day me and a few friends headed down to Grace Road for a one-day game a good while ago on a Sunday afternoon. Leicestershire had a brilliant one-day team which included a friend of mine, Jim Allenby, who kindly left us all tickets. That's who I was trying to think of the other day when I was talking to Claude Henderson's Jim Allenby, who was sponsored by Martin Spate and Neil Colleen because they had a sportswear company and they provided them with cricket gear.
Rain is in, and maybe that came back. Maybe it stayed a bit low. Either way, Mulder had a lot of difficulty keeping that out. Indicates with his right hand that rain, as ever, is finding a little bit of something extra. It did come back in. He managed to keep it out, but only just.
We had a great day and a cracking atmosphere despite Durham getting stuffed, he says.
I'm waving it. If he wants to come on after this over. Mashal, in goes rain and bowls. Left. Ooh, my word, that came back in as well. Mulder left it. Not quite sure it was as close as Rain's pained howl indicates, but it was close enough to raise the hands of the slips behind the stumps. End of the over. 136 for 4.
Does look a little bit darker.
It has got darker in the last 5 minutes, no question about it. And the players all casting shadows from the floodlights. Yeah. I wonder if they'll measure it again at the end of this over.
Jim was a great lad who first came to Durham from Perth as a 16-year-old and played for Durham City and various other teams in the northeast. I once watched him score 260 not out in a 40-over game for Brandon against Langley Park. Yeah, I remember Jim playing for Leicestershire. So it's a bit of a drinks break going on here, and I'm wondering how long before the umpires decide it might be time to get the light meter out again now. They should be able to see the brighter weather to the north of us. The northwest. The rain that's around today is drifting in from the west. So Jack Shantry and Chris Watts, the umpires. At the moment, though, drinks break and a new pair of gloves for Hanscom. And it's Parkinson to bowl. There's no short leg in. There's just the one slip. Fairly standard-looking field, other than Graham Clark at a short mid-on. The ball played by Hanscom out through mid-wicket for 1. What you got on there? What's that? Oh. Oh.
So when
oh, you're not on. There you are.
Just talking to myself. But yeah, I think it just started spitting. If I'm honest. I felt like it did when I came through into the comms booth. Right. But that could be, I don't know, maybe that's wishful thinking.
This one skids on and Mulder off the back foot pushes it up and away for 4. It's that shortish boundary towards the meat in the corner of the ground there. Potts dived and couldn't get to it. The only way I'd never tell it's raining, unless it's obviously hammering down, is by looking through the binoculars at something dark in the background at the scoreboard. There's no rain there. Don't panic, people, don't panic. Parkinson in again, bowls. That's played up field to Lees for 1. So you have your Caribbean cricket podcast.
Indeed.
So do you have your different guests on every time, do you? Or?
Yeah, you know, from the president of the board to different players, umpires, fans, everything, you know.
Yeah. Bowler in again, and Lees comes into field at long off from that ball from Hanscom. 1 run. We had a great trip over there in 2004. Saw England win at Barbados.
Was that the series England won? I think
Yeah.
the last. In fact, the only series they've won.
I think it was the first time since 1960.
Yeah,
68,
and they haven't won that since then either.
No. This is dab. No, there's a bit of rain on the window there now.
Yeah,
Dab short on the leg side. Yeah.
I knew I wasn't making this up.
We're right on the edge of this cloud now. It's just gradually drifted in over about the last 20 minutes or so. Very slow moving. A slow moving wide load. 143 for 4. Parkinson bowls. That's gone to mid-wicket. Now it's just starting to spit a little bit. The umpires, I think, might just take them off for a few minutes here. They're going to have a conversation.
Yeah, it's getting a bit heavier now. Slightly heavier.
Yeah. It seriously can't be long because we can see bright skies just to the right-hand side of the ground. But if they do another test with a light meter now, I think that might be enough to just nudge them over the edge for a moment or two, which
looks like they're about to do exactly that.
Unless they're gonna, well, they are doing a light meter reading because Ben Rain's bowling.
Yep, and off we go.
And they're gonna go off. So this is going to eat time into Durham's hopes of winning this one. And it was said this morning that light could be an issue, but that was meant to be around about 4 or 5 o'clock. Here it is, 25 to 3.
Famous last words, but I cannot see us being off for anything longer than 20 minutes, if that. As a downpour begins.
52 overs remaining. So Hanscom has 55. And Mulder 25. So how many more needed? 296 to win. Partnership's 43. You do feel they'll only just get back into the pavilion here and be called back out again.
Yeah.
The umpires are still quite away from the pavilion. So how long have you been doing the podcast for then?
So we set it up in the back end of 2019.
Right.
And in essence, the point of the podcast was to fill a void in the cricket market, in so much as there's a lot of fans of West Indies cricket outside of the actual Caribbean itself, and that's both the diaspora, the Caribbean diaspora, as well as I would argue that most cricket fans would say West Indies is their second team. I think in the same way how like people say Brazil's their second team or something like that, they have that kind of connection somehow globally, right?
Bit of heavier drizzle coming in now. I would go for New Zealand.
What, in cricket?
Yeah, it's my say. Yeah, it's
really?
Yeah.
Okay, mate. Are we your third?
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot.
Huge
Jack Shantry wandering out into the middle, followed by the Durham players and the two not out Leicestershire batters, Peter Hanscom and Vian Mulder. It is still a little bit gloomy out there for me.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, if you're Durham, I think these aren't necessarily bad conditions to want to bowl in. Yes, they've lost some time. I find it hard to believe that was 8 overs worth.
Yeah, I was amazed. I thought 4 at the very most, to be quite honest. But there you go.
But yeah, if they could pick a kind of conditions to now resume in, I think they've probably got the ideal conditions. I don't know if we'll get blazing sunshine again at any point in the day. So the survival task that Leicestershire has, another twist in the plot as they try to see out the day.
Tea will be still taken at 22-4. It is immovable on the final day, of course. I can see the Friends of Grace Road. I think they're actually open. They're not usually open on day 4 of a game, but it looks like they are purveying their excellent coffee, teas and cakes down there in their little shop dispensary, if you like, on the ground floor of the meet. So there is some nice homemade cakes available should you need a little sustenance. Liam Travaskis is going to bowl from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling to Peter Hanscom with a short leg and a slip. The left armer goes in, tosses it up. Hanscom is forward, pushing it back up the pitch to Travaskis, who with his right hand just pushes his hair back from his forehead before picking up the ball. Stocky figure. Walks in almost and bowls. Down the wicket goes Hanscom and whips it away towards mid-wicket. A good half stop by Bushnell at mid-wicket makes it much easier for Jones moving across from mid-off to complete the fielding. Hanscom takes one now. Moves on to 56, 144 for 3. Brings Mulder down on strike. Hanscom watches as Travaskis tosses the ball from hand to hand, then steps in and bowls. Mulder is forward, didn't get to the pitch there. Played it off the pitch, so to speak, but was no great turn. So was able just to adjust. 25 off 37. Travaskis is in to him. Does get to the pitch of that one. Smothers any chance of spin. Not that there is that much chance. 37.4 overs, so the ball, the seam will already be much reduced on this hard, dry pitch as Travaskis is in. Back goes Mulder, forces it back down the pitch to Travaskis. Bounces 3 times before he fields. Reaching across to his right. Steps in and bowls. Mulder forward again. And that is the end of the first over after the brief interruption. A perfectly respectable one from Liam Travaskis, because just conceded the single from it. 2 overs, none for 4. For him, 43 is the number of overs that Leicestershire need to survive, and Durham, in which Durham need to take 6 more wickets.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see who they would go with to start after the break for bad light / rain, and it is Matt Parkinson. And I guess it's a case of Durham have to find a way to how they can best utilise Ben Rain and Matt Potts without tiring them out over the course of the day. So they've started up with the 2 spinners. We'll see how long they get to turn their arm over until the pacers come back on, or seamers. Slight sunshine. Well, should we call it sunshine? Bright light.
Much better, isn't it? So
Matt Parkinson in for his 13th over of the day. And that one skids through a bit, but is left alone by Peter Hanscom. That's not going to trouble the stumps. No run. And Hanscom onto the back foot, stares it between point and cover, and picks up a run. Parkinson hasn't bowled badly at all, but yet to get that bit of luck that he needs to force a breakthrough. This one's a bit of a full toss, and Van Mulder's able to smash that through the hands of cover, who can only almost parry it to the fielder at mid-off, and this is another single added to the total. This time Hanscom comes down the wicket, but cannot beat cover, and there'll be no run there.
Australia 160 for 2. Smith and Labuschagne beginning to build ominously.
Yeah, it's rare that you're going to see them struggle 2 tests in a row. This one drifts onto the leg stump there from Parkinson, but Hanscom is content to just play that out into the onside for no run.
And they're scoring at more than 4 and over. Infectious, this Bazball stuff, isn't it?
Again, Hanscom uses his feet well and scampers through for a quick single after driving that onto mid-on. And that completes the over. Leicestershire 147 for 4. Peter Hanscom 58 not out. Van Mulder 26 not out.
Travaskis will continue. Well, clear target for these two is to get through to T, which is probably only about now, even with these two bowling, something like 10 overs away. Umpire Chantry taking another measure. He is. It's fine now, surely.
Yeah.
It's much, much lighter than it was. He did take another measure. Oh, checked the light meter. Superfluous, it seemed. It's good to just have a look around.
Barely need the floodlights on in a minute.
Indeed. Travaskis is in. Back goes Hanscom, cutting nicely out to the point boundary. Benny Rain runs around to his left, makes the stop, picks up cleanly, gets his throw away.
I mean, for Leicestershire fans, if you're holding out hope of securing a draw, since Van Mulder's come in, he hasn't looked in much fuss at all, if I'm honest.
Shh.
I know.
In goes Travaskis and bowls to him. I've made that mistake a few times and been severely criticised as Mulder pushes that one out into the offside towards Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper. Travaskis is in again. Ooh, back goes Mulder, but any turn is so slow that you can almost adjust even if you are slightly done in the flight. Travaskis in, Mulder forward, dropping the delivery out into the offside. Borthwick again runs across and fields. Bowls back goes Mulder this time, works it slightly inside edgely out towards square leg. Bushnell sort of pursues the ball as it runs towards Lees. Lees picks it up and just lobs it to him. Mulder on to 27 now. Partnership approaching the half century. Leg slip and slip as Travaskis is in to Hanscom, defends out into the offside. Travaskis fields off his own bowling and just lobs the ball up to his captain Borthwick. End of the over. 149 for 4. 40 overs have been bowled. 49 the partnership between Hanscom. Mulder has Hanscom, who's on 59, and Mulder, who has 27 since coming in. And well, Matty Parkinson, his work is done for now. Going back to the destroyer, Ben Rain.
Yeah, it probably makes sense to bring on the seam. They've had, what, 3 overs of spins after the light break and rain break. Nothing much doing out there. Makes sense to let one of the seamers. I would have argued they should have started with one of the seamers, workload notwithstanding. And it will be the destroyer-in-chief, Ben Rain, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 33 this morning. Looking to make what you would assume would be the key. This would actually be the key breakthrough if they can get one of these 2 out. Rain in. Mulder tucks that into the onside for no run.
Pitch really does look without menace of any kind, doesn't it? But
yeah, there's... Which, again, begs the question how so many wickets... Yes, okay, it's the new ball, etc., etc., but still not convinced we're watching a 4-wicket pitch here.
You're absolutely right.
Rain in again. Mulder pulls / turns that square and will pick up a run. Almost like a checked pull. Didn't fully commit to it. Guided. I'm going to call it a guided pull.
50 partnership between these two. The only wicket to fall genuinely, so to speak, has been that of Hills, who was a defensive shot. Everybody else, a poor attacking shot. Poor judgment, really.
Yeah, most definitely. Rain, this time into Peter Hanscom. Hanscom tucks it into the onside. And again, there'll be a single there. Got 2 men stationed effectively on the square leg boundary. Easy singles are there if Ben Rain gets his radar wrong. Surprisingly, only 2 slips though. I still think Durham could be far more attacking than they are. This time that's played to down the wicket to the man at mid-on. There'll be no run there. That said, as much as I say there could be more attacking fields, there is nobody on the boundary on the offside, so there is room to score runs. And Peter Hanscom defends that one back down the track, and again there'll be no run there. I think the task that Ben Rain has been probably handed is just bowl a disciplined line and length. I would say that might work to Mulder, who's currently on strike. I just realised I said Hanscom before. It's Mulder who's actually on strike, but Hanscom looks like he's going nowhere today. And again, Mulder defends back down the wicket, no run again, and that is in fact the end of the over. Leicestershire 151 for 4. Peter Hanscom 60 not out. Vian Mulder 28 not out. Partnership, as we said a couple of balls ago, has passed 50. Partnership of 51 runs between the two. And much like the partnership between Hanscom and Ackerman, it's been made, or this 50-run partnership has been made with, I'd say, minimum fuss. There hasn't been any real scares for either of the two, and as long as they play the way they're currently playing, you would think they can carry on.
Travascus is in. Oh no, he steps away. No, the ball hit the stumps. So he bowled Hanscom, but Hanscom had already stepped well away, and umpire Chantry said no, that isn't going to count. Now,
I think the Durham players think he stepped away too late.
Yeah, that's their sort of argument, if there isn't. I don't think there is an argument though. To be had there, he did step away very late. Maybe an insect flew underneath his visor or something like that. But we'd have to see a replay of that to see how late it was. But there doesn't seem to be too much unhappiness among the Durham players.
I mean, the umpire signalled it straight away, so I don't think you can really argue with it.
Umpire Chantry's got a big smile on his face as well, actually, so I don't think there's going to be too much, as I say, in terms of dissent. Not that there'll be any. We're going to see a replay, just see how late it was. Oh, no, we're not. That's Ben Rain. That's the wrong delivery. In the meantime, Travaskis is into Hanscom, who is driving in the air. He's going to get a run for that, but he was very loose by Hanscom standards at that delivery, and it flew in the air through point out to the man on the point boundary. No, we aren't going to see a replay. 152 for 4. Hanscom on to 61. There have been some curious dismissals at Leicestershire this season. That certainly, if it had been given, would have been one of them. Forward goes Mulder, pushing back past Travaskis, but only as far as the deep-ish mid-off. Who is Matt Parkinson? So no run. Travaskis is in. Mulder is playing from the crease a little uncertainly and indicates again with his right hand that there might have been a little bit of something there for Travaskis. Can't tell from that angle. On the replay, that is. Travaskis is in. Forward goes Mulder, bounces down almost into the chest of Clark, scrambling on his knees at the silliest of silly points. Travaskis bowls, Mulder is forward, Clark on his knees, almost trying to get in position just in case he can stick out a right hand and get in under the ball. Travaskis bowls, flatter, quicker delivery on the back foot. Mulder plays it back down the pitch to Liam Travaskis, and that is the end of the 42nd over of the Leicestershire second innings. 152 for 4. 52 then the partnership. Mulder 28, Hanscom 61. But now fewer overs to face than they have faced already, if that makes any sort of sense. They faced 42, now just 39 remain with that 8 off. Obviously very helpful indeed.
I have another question for you to consider. Should Leicestershire, so I asked you earlier on if they were promotion hopefuls.
Certainly hopefuls, but not...
Or contenders, real contenders.
Yeah.
Let's say they finish top 4.
Outsiders.
Let's say top 4 this season, which would be good, I would say, right?
Absolutely would, considering they didn't win a game last season.
Right. So how would you then want where would you want them to strengthen for next season, given they're likely to get a good finish this season, wherever they actually finish?
Yeah, but remember the 3 senior players who are already announced that they are leaving.
Ben Rain. Oh, good delivery, but that's expertly defended by Peter Hanscom, and there'll be no run there.
They're losing their leading seamer and spinner. Comfortably their leading spinner and seamer, that is for sure. And one of their leading batsmen. Remains to be seen if they will retain the rest of the current squad. But yeah, they will have a lot to do, the Foxes, in terms of recruitment, if they are going to actually strengthen the squad.
Raining again, and that's left alone by Peter Hanscom outside the off stump. Yeah, that's a good point, to be fair. I can't even ask you where can they strengthen before they first replace. So I'll ask you again in 3 or 4 months.
Obviously, it does free up a fair chunk of budget in those terms, but Then also, I mean, Mulder is one of the overseas players, and
you'd want to re-sign him.
He'll be back next season.
Right, okay.
That's the plan. But Hanscom / Rahane is another equation to be solved.
Oh, and that's expertly pulled. Got onto it really quickly, Hanscom, and just essentially dissects the two men on the square leg boundary, and that's 4 runs to the total. Peter Hanscom, I said it when he was in his 30s, that there's 100 on offer for someone today if they're willing to dig in, and Peter Hanscom is currently 35 runs away from that landmark.
I think he's enjoyed his time here, the presence of the family, but whether he'd be in a position to come back next season, don't know.
Say he wanted to, you'd take him back in a heartbeat.
I think they would. He's batted pretty well, and he's been a very calm presence, and he keeps wicket.
Yeah. Tucked into the onside by Hanscom, and they run through for a single.
So he gives the side
balance.
Balance, exactly that. Yeah. He's a perfectly competent keeper and a more than competent batsman, which is what you want to take 2 roles. Whether he wants to keep wicket as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing so. He did so in because he likes to have 2 strings to his bow because he's still got international ambitions.
That was the next question I was actually going to. Yeah, that's the next thing I was going to ask. Ben Rain, 5th delivery of his over, and Via Mulder drives through the cover. Well, it's parried by cover to mid-off, and again they pick up a single.
In making the parry, he gave away one, didn't he, really, because he pushed it so far wide of Lees at mid-off. Borthwick pushed it round the post. Lees had to go in, change direction in pursuit.
Final ball of Ben Rain's over. This is 11th of the innings. I think we may well see Matt Potts sooner rather than later.
He's going to have a little burst before tea. No more probably than 2 overs at the most, I would think. And just away to the south again, a bit more cloud beginning to build again. Forecasts have been suggesting that if rain was going to come, it would be sort of 5 o'clock-ish, and you can sort of see it on the breeze at a good distance. But Durham's still got plenty of work to do. 38 overs, if we get them all. Borthwick has a long chat to Potts. Ben Rain has something to say as well. Borthwick comes running down 2. Looks like he's going to go to second slip. They've rung the changes in the slips, Durham. They can all catch clearly. Jones has been a fairly regular presence at first slip. As Potts is in, bowls. Mulder defends off stump. Clark still got his short leg pads on underneath his whites. Runs in and fields, and there's no run. Jones at first, Borthwick second. Shortish, straightish mid-wicket is in place. Travaskis is now marching across, helping Potts by scraping at the crease. He obviously knows what Matty Potts wants. They refill holes. Obviously you can see the sort of dark, tamped down earth that the ground staff have put in. Some bowlers like it, some less so, because it moves underneath their feet, they say. In goes Potts, bowls turned off leg stump by Vian Mulder, down towards fine leg. Alex Lees runs into field. 1 is taken. Mulder onto 30. 159 for 4.
Via Mulder is 6 too high for him. Now, the reason I'm saying that is when South Africa last toured the West Indies, South Africa have a conundrum about where to put Via Mulder in their side, because any South Africans listening, by all means correct me, but they think I'll come up back after this ball.
Potts to Hanscom, turned off Midland leg again, only as far as Travaskis at mid-wicket.
So they think he's a good... So he's currently, when he's in the South African side, he's their all-rounder. But they think he's good enough to bowl, so he's number 7. But they don't know if he complements the side enough as a batter and a bowler to be at number 7. Obviously now for Leicestershire, he's batting at number 6.
He could bat anywhere really for Leicestershire.
Right.
It's such a different level.
Right. Yeah.
I absolutely take your point, but yes, he's unquestionably a good enough 6. And as Potts goes in and bowls to Hanscom straight, Hanscom closes the bat face on it slightly, pushing to mid-wicket where Travaskis fields.
But just coming back, because looking at how he's performed this year, he's obviously undoubtedly done brilliantly with the ball. Do you think he's done as well as he should have done with the bat, or should we not be seeing him as a batting? Or do you get?
Yeah,
my line of thought
absolutely.
Here?
No. He's unquestionably a genuine all-rounder at this level. You know, he is a very correct player. I watched him playing international cricket as well, and you wonder whether he just does enough with the ball to justify his all-rounder status. I think probably at international level he's a batting all-rounder, probably. But at this, excuse me, at this level he's unquestionably a genuine all-rounder. Hasn't been able to bowl recently because he has had a side problem. Potts is in, bowls. Hanscom covers up, bounces over Clark, that very silly mid-off position, and there's no run. But he came back with the slight issue. He'd actually broken a rib during his winter with South Africa, and
because he didn't bowl at the start of the season
from it.
Yeah,
he's never, and then he had recovered, but then he bowled an awful lot of overs at Worcester, too many, really, as they strove for victory, and that broke him again in terms of his bowling. He's continued to play as a batter, but they miss him. As an all-rounder, they need his bowling, his seam bowling. In goes Potts, bowls. Hanscom drives for 4. Nobody within 40 yards of it, other than obviously Clark, who was within a few inches of it as it left the bat, because he's only a few inches from the bat, but never saw it, basically. Stuck out his left hand, but runs away to the boundary, and Hanscom now moves on to 70 out of 163 for 4 at the end of the 44th over. In many respects, if he's available all season, as he basically is, Vian Mulder, he's an absolutely ideal county, a real high-class county all-rounder. But as I say, you mustn't break him, and Leicestershire managed to do that at Worcester. But he's pretty happy here. Mrs. Mulder, they got married, I think, last winter. She's a psychiatrist, and I think she's starting work at Leicester's with Leicester Hospitals.
Okay. Ben Rain into said Vian Mulder, and there is no run there.
Foreigner burst in our earphones. Hang on.
I just know the song without knowing who it is.
Oh, she didn't say. I'll nip in and do the update. Fox is still fighting for the draw. They have nearly did there, but they haven't lost any more wickets since I was with you last. Peter Hanscom is 70 not out. The Australian Test batter playing with all the class that he has. Out of 98 balls, that 70 has come. Vian Mulder is with him, also an international, South Africa international. He's 30 not out. Together they've put together a partnership so far worth 63 for the 5th wicket, helped by the loss of 8 overs to bad light. The Foxes now have only 36.5 overs to survive. If they can do that and secure the draw, then that's going to be their best possible result in the circumstances from the game. 163 for 4 with tea now just a few minutes away.
As we return to the action, Ben Rain has bowled 3 balls of his 12th over. We've had no further score. Leicestershire 163 for 4. Vian Mulder on strike, 30 not out, having faced 61 balls.
I like that they're still showing the run rate required to reach 439. Ooh.
Mulder just turns that one, tucked up a little bit, but manages to turn it into the onside, and will come through for 1 run. I think that got onto him a bit quicker than he expected, but managed to deal with it all the same.
7.56 if you're wondering. If they want to reach 5 at 439. That isn't going to happen, folks.
It's getting a bit gloomy again.
It is, it is.
Don't think we'll see rain, but it's certainly...
Is that maybe one of just... I think you're probably right.
Been raining again. He's gone full, and Peter Hanscom thought he'd got enough on that to kind of pierce the gap, but he doesn't get through mid-wicket, and they can only get 1 run.
$173 for 2, 174 for 2 Australia now. So Smith and Labuschagne building.
Rain again, and Mulder drives to mid-on, and there'll be no run there. And that's the end of Ben Rain's 12th over. Leicestershire 165 for 4. Peter Hanscom 71 not out. He's 29 runs away from what would be, if he gets there, his 2nd century of the season. And Vian Mulder 31 not out.
Checking the light again. We might have an early tee here.
Given they took, I always get worried when they take the light early, and you always think, yeah, they'll go off again once they check it again.
Gloomy, and we can
They're going to
continue,
offer it.
I think. They don't offer these days. It's they say, yeah. The batters have no say whatsoever.
Well, it looks like the umpires have told them their say.
Yep.
And
You're off.
We're going to be off for an early. We're going to be off for an early tea.
It's only an over, isn't it? 15:36, so they'd have been off in 4 minutes anyway. So they'll just be back on 5 minutes earlier if
the light brightens up.
Exactly that, because it does look a bit dark where it's coming from. So tea here at the Uptonsteel County Ground on the last day of the game. Well, Leicestershire in a position that I'm sure some of their supporters didn't think they would be, in quite a strong position in terms of their prospects of saving the game at tea. 26 for 3, were they? Yeah, 26 for 3 has become 165 for 4. Just the 1 wicket lost in the session. That of Colin Ackerman for 39. 100 for 4 at that stage. But the ball is now doing very, very little. The pitch is very benign, and Durham don't exactly look resigned here. But, you know, again, as you come back to those 8 overs at the start of the day, which seemed so superb, might mean nothing. If these two bat through to the close, then maybe they wouldn't have got Leicestershire out anyway, given the state of the pitch. But it just seemed, it was just taking caution to a remarkable level. Hanscom goes in on 71 not out, Mulder 31 not out. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 16-17 minutes time.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Ball, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Radio Newcastle. Michelle Hewitt from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Do you actually play, Michelle, a bit still? Or?
No, not anymore. Although I could make a comeback, given the woes the West Indies are in. I think it's time to get serious.
You haven't abandoned all hope.
No. I think I can still do the business.
I must admit, I still keep my cricket kit. I don't know why. Heaven knows why. You
just never know.
You just never know. You just never know. So, what sort of... now this is interesting. We are setting a field for short-pitched bowling. I say we, Durham, are setting a field for short-pitch bowling, and Matty Potts is going to go around the wicket. So, he has got a long leg, a backward square deep-ish, a deep square, a deep mid-wicket, comes in and bowls to Hanscom, who does take on the short ball, pulls it around the corner to Lees, so he's prepared to take on the short ball. Takes one. Will Mulder be the same? One for the over, says umpire Chantry, but smacks of last resort, this.
Yeah, and I think we saw an inkling of it in the last over just before we went off, when I think I was on comms and I said the ball had gone to mid-wicket, and then I realised actually the mid-wicket was a deep mid-wicket and there's effectively the 3 men on the boundary.
Potts into Mulder, who backs away because... Why did he back away? He'd actually sort of got into his delivery stride and bowled a bouncer, so it didn't threaten the stumps. Umpire Chantry stands forward and says, no, that one doesn't count. It wasn't actually as late as Hanscom against Travaskis, but obviously Potts has an awful lot for more momentum going into the crease than Travaskis, so he did deliver the ball. Sun is coming out. But I don't know what quite put Mulder off there. But he didn't half step away late. That won't improve Potts' temper any. He comes charging in and bowls the short ball, then it's pulled down to fine leg for 4. It was a really poor short ball from Matty Potts. His heart didn't seem to be in it really there, did he? He came in and it was actually a bit of a long hop down the leg side. He just swatted down to fine leg.
It's almost like his mind was still on the previous ball, where he'd almost given all the oomph into the previous short ball. Lost his form for that one.
Mulder moves on to 35. Still got the one slip. Nobody in front of square on the offside except for Ben Rain at wide-ish mid-off. Potts is in, bowls short-ish, certainly not a bouncer though, and Mulder, who will not be intimidated, I can promise you that, just stands back and works it forcefully out towards the deep-ish mid-wicket, Liam Travaskis. Bushnell is at a genuinely deep square leg. Clark is sort of on the 45, about 2/3 of the way back. Lee's at a conventional long leg. Potts is in, bowls to the Yorker, searches for the Yorker. Hanscom, who's back on his stumps, actually was just outside off stump when it came through. It wasn't anywhere near the stumps, in fact. Just dabbed it out into the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, Leicestershire should be, I suspect, encouraged by this from Durham, because they're sort of they're trying to make something happen, but I get the sense they don't really believe it.
Yeah, I think this might be a last throw of the dice, to be fair.
Potts is in, bowls. Hanscom just goes back to the short ball and paddles it around the corner to Clark along the ground all the way. Takes 1, and umpire Chantry is not pleased with Potts, who is coming around the wicket, and he says, "You're getting very close to running on the line there, young man." Bearing in mind that spinners are around. Peter Hanscom is going to make the point, actually, by going out and saying they don't want him, they don't want him to create a little bit of rough for Parkinson, but Parkinson is turning it away from the right-handers, so Travaskis, I suppose. Potts in, bowls. Mulder gets a length delivery on the back foot, turns it out towards mid-wicket, and because he's deep-ish, he's going to get a single. Moves on to 37. 173 for 4, 35 overs remain, and the sun is pretty much out now.
Yeah,
the Uptonsteel County Ground. We are set fair for the rest of the day. The rest of the cricketing day. Could be a bit later.
Well, the reason why I said this looks like a last roll of the dice, it depends who gets the ball now. Yeah, it's going to be Ben Rain. So I think they're going to give Rain and Potts, let's say, a 5-over spell each.
Yeah.
Right? So that's 10 overs, maybe 5. Well, it depends how quickly they go. Once we get to 5 p.m, if that spell of 10 from Potts and Rain doesn't bear fruit, I think we might have there may be a decision to make at that point. Maybe 15. 10 seems a bit too soon, but we'll see. I think that's their plan though, to go hell for leather with the first two. And with that, Ben Rain comes in to follow up Matthew Potts' over, and Mulder is forward and defends.
Oh, updates time. Startled. Sometimes you forget. Apologies. I'm going to have to. Well, shall we swap over? Shall we swap ends? Then I'll go through the rest of this over, and you take Potts from t'other end.
I think Martin may well be coming in either way. So actually, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're looking good shape to save this game now. They're 173 for 4 with Peter Hanscom 73 not out, Vian Mulder 37 not out. The pitch and the ball offering the bowlers, the Durham bowlers that is, very little. They've put on 73 for the 5th wicket so far. There are 34.5 overs left, theoretically at the most, to be bowled today. If these two can see through the next 15, maybe 20, I suspect the players will shake hands on the draw. And Leicestershire will take that after being set a target of 439 to win the game. At the moment, they're 173 for 4. Back with you on commentary. That delivery from Rain, outside off stump and left by Vian Mulder.
Of course, for those watching at home wondering how many more do Leicestershire need to win this, I think we can safely
266.
266. I think we can safely say that won't be happening in 34 overs.
I think we can.
But you never know. A couple of lusty blows, who knows what could happen.
Rain is in, bowls short pulled, but straight to the slightly deepish mid-wicket in Graham Clark along the ground by Mulder, and there's no run.
It's a very interesting leg side field. What was it? Deepish mid-wicket, yeah. 2 men on the
deepish square leg, backwards square on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket on the boundary. It's yeah.
Does Ben Rain have enough to get it up that high though to force Mulder into that shot?
I suppose he got Patel top edging a hook, but and he goes bowled. Beautiful delivery. He's appealing for a catch behind. No. Oh, he's been given. Mulder cannot believe that. Mulder does not think he hit that, and however, he has been given. Rain was absolutely sure. Certainly the wicketkeeper was as well. Look at Mulder. He cannot believe that's been given.
I don't think Mulder's hit that. I mean, obviously we're not pitch side, but...
Umpire Watts has sent him on his way. Let's have a look at the replay. Missed it by miles.
Yeah, it's not near anything, is it?
He missed it by miles.
I'm always careful of how I phrase these things, but I just don't think he's hit that. I don't think it's anywhere near his bat. That's why Mulder's reaction was the reaction it was. Like,
well, there might have been a noise from bat on pad or something like that, but goodness me. Well, has that opened the door? Ben Rain has picked up his 4th wicket, and well, main partnership was worth 73 between Mulder and Hanscom, and now Durham are very much into the Leicestershire, the genuine all-rounders. Tom Scriven comes to the crease. He's a good, promising young player, Tom Scriven, but he's very inexperienced.
So he's got a highest first-class score of 68. I think it's not about what score he gets, it's just about occupying the crease today.
Absolutely, yeah. 173 for 5. Umpire Watts was the umpire. Need you ask? Rain. To finish his over, his successful over is into Scriven, who is forward, defending the delivery out towards point. And that is the end of Rain's 13th over, 4 for 43, his splendid figures. And Leicestershire back under the pump at 173 for 5. 34 overs now remain.
Well, we've every point of today where we've thought, we've got a game, then we don't have a game, then we've got a game. Like, there's just slight little turning points. Every hour or so, something significant happens. And again, at 173 for 5, Durham will sense maybe they can actually push for the win. And it'll be Matt Potts coming in for his second consecutive over, and Hanscom continues to look in no trouble whatsoever and tucks that into the onside for 1 run. He'll continue to trust the batters at the other end that they can play straight, play sensibly, and stick with him. And to be fair, Fian Mulder was doing that. Fian Mulder will still be back in the changing rooms reflecting on what was a very unfortunate dismissal for him. Looked to all intents and purposes that he did not get anything on that. And Durham won't care though.
Absolutely. There are plenty of times when batsmen, you know, do edge it and are not given out. So swings and roundabouts, you just crack on. Do your best anyway. Are we having a change? Are we? That's just going to have a little break, and Martin is coming back alongside. No, even Martin doesn't think he hit it. He missed it by 6 inches. But yeah. Back to conventional in terms of the attack. Sorry, mate. From Potts to Scriven, the leg side short delivery is not now going to be employed because Tom Scriven will be attacked in the normal way with quick, sharp bowling. In goes, oh, an edge caught, and he is caught. He went for the drive, took the thick edge, and it flew low to second slip. And I think at the second attempt, Borthwick hung on. He sort of grasped it into his tummy and held on. And, well, 1 has brought 2, and suddenly that door is much, much wider ajar.
Is that a first baller?
No, he played. He had one at the other end. So, but it is whatever. Another duck. Second ball.
Well, I've just said in my bulletin at 4 o'clock, I feared that the weather and the bad light issue might ruin Durham's hopes here, and the fact that it could change if they could open an end and get either Hanscom or Mulder out. But I couldn't see it happening at that point in time, so draw was looking more likely. I mean, there's another swathe of messy sky coming across towards us now. And as I finished the bulletin, I looked up, saw the appeal, and I thought, well, there's nothing in that. They're just going through the motions. And I was stunned to see the umpire's finger go up, and he rocked back in disbelief, didn't he, that he'd been given out.
He did. And so when you see the replay, you can see why. But there you go. Chris Wright comes to the crease with a Peter Hanscom standing with his hand on his hip and leaning on his bat. I don't think he was too impressed with that Scriven shot, to be honest. Scriven went it was a sort of half drive. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really, and thickish edge. Borthwick did well to hang on. He was travelling straight to him. And we saw how Matt Potts disposed of the tail in Leicestershire's first innings.
Raymond says he doesn't think he nicked it.
Even Raymond.
Yeah, and he's 300 mile, 200 mile.
There you go. You're right, Raymond. In your thinking. Potts down the slope from the Bennett end to Chris Wright, who goes for the drive and misses it, flat-footed, reaching outside his off stump, and well, if he'd edged as well, it wouldn't have been very pleasing from Leicestershire's point of view, because that's not what he's there to do, trying to attack the ball. He's just trying to surely keep it off his stumps. And as a consequence of that shot, Borthwick summons Travaskis to third slip. Rain moves across from mid-off to extra cover. Potter is in and bowls. That's more like it from right in terms of what is expected of him by the Leicestershire dressing room. He covers up on off stump and plays the ball firmly back down the pitch to Matty Potts. Matt on Twitter hit his bat on his pad, missed it by an inch. In goes Potter, bowls a bouncer and right ducks underneath it, leaves his bat quite high, but it doesn't hit anything, fortunately from his point of view.
Problem is he could find himself in a spot of bother for his reaction, which
I'm sure he'll be summoned, yeah.
It's silly when umpires make errors, and they appear to be as obvious as that a player isn't allowed to say anything. I mean,
he sort of he possibly didn't say anything. He goes Potts and bowls very straight, right, covers up, but he sort of arched his back and looked up to the heavens in disbelief.
Tony Waters, that nick was that big, it was nearly a cut shot. Yeah.
It really wasn't. 174 for 6 at the end of the 48th over. 33 remain, but just 4 wickets remain in Leicestershire's second innings. And if Durham can get over the line here, goodness me, promotion would be almost within touching distance.
When you've watched thousands and thousands of hours of county cricket like we have, you just have this inbuilt sixth sense. When you see an LBW appeal, you generally know straight away whether it looks right or it doesn't look right, whether it sounds right or it doesn't. Here's Rain bowling to Hanscom. He drags this down into the ground and off towards long leg for 1. Travaskis fields, and you know, appeals for catches and things like that. You generally have a feeling if a batsman's got anywhere near it, and normally you're right, aren't you? You know what I mean? It's not that often where you think that's not out and it is given out. But so when it happens, it's a surprise sometimes.
We had the benefit of the replay from directly behind in fairly slow motion, fairly large, and it was clear it missed it by a long way.
Rain again to right. Right defends. He can hold an end up quite capably, Chris Wright. And going into yesterday's innings, he had the highest average in the side as well.
He did, and he's required to do so again.
Mind you, he was out for 1 yesterday. .265 needed when that wicket fell, and there were about 33.4 overs left when it came. Rain in, right ducks out the road of a short one.
Tell you what, that cloud is building horribly again.
It is, I know. I just took a photograph of that a minute ago. That was one of the other reasons why my 4 o'clock bulletin wasn't perhaps as positive as it could have been.
Durham need to take these wickets quickly.
The worst ones are when you've got the last pair at the crease and can't get them out. I remember Kent doing that to Durham twice in the county championship in 2017. Mitch Claydon, the former Durham player, was one of the players they never got out in both games in Canterbury and in Chesley Street.
Yeah, I remember Big Mitch, yeah.
Rain in. Off the pads, that doesn't look right for an appeal, and there wasn't anything from the bowler anyway, which is telling. The ball's gone off down towards third man, and they're satisfied it's come off the bat because nothing's been signalled. Yeah, I think they survived about 13 overs in Canterbury and about 11 overs in Chesley Street. Northants did it in first match of the 2014 season. They had just come up and celebrated like they won the game, and for Durham it felt like a defeat. And Northants didn't win a match that year.
battering today, didn't they, as well, by innings?
Yeah, they was it at Kent?
It was.
Yeah. 176 for 6. Hanscom is on 75. Plays this up towards mid on to Borthwick. I've just walked past the Durham bench earlier on, and David Beddingham was sitting there having a chat with the lads, and he's not on the field. So
yeah, he's been off for a while. So whether he hurt himself, don't know, taking the catch.
And Parkinson's at mid on. I thought it was Borthwick, but it's 96, not 16. Borthwick's in the covers. All played to point. Picked up by Bushnell, who's the 12th man. End of the over. So Bushnell's on for Beddingham. Beddingham hasn't been playing in the T20 matches because they have got Ashton Turner as an overseas and Wayne Parnell. Now Parnell suffered an injury in the warm-up the other day, a pectoral injury it was described as, and was going for a scan. So I don't know what the outcome of that is. I think he's here. He's here with the team. Brandon Glover's here with the team. I think Parnell might be as well. I'm not sure. But if he can't play in the last 2 games, then the sensible thing would be to bring in Beddingham as the second overseas. But if Beddingham's injured here, then he might not be able to play.
Potts is in to right, who covers up everything close together. Straight delivery, pushed out down the pitch on the onside. He certainly showed he could hit the ball a long way today, didn't he?
Equally, he might just be having a bit of a rest because he got 100 earlier. But are you thinking he might have injured his finger and that one he couldn't hold on to at second slip?
A pure guess. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think that might just be the case. Potts is in, right is clipping very neatly away through straight mid-wicket. Might have the legs to get there. Matt Parkinson, no it won't. Matt Parkinson will chase it down in front of the hospitality marquee. Chris Wright will take 3. Our colleague from BBC Radio Leeds, John Doidge, when he came in at 8, Chris Wright said, "Is he a number 8 to me?" And I had to apologise to Chris Wright afterwards because I said to Doidge, possibly not, you know, he's a good 9. 8's a bit high. And then he went and got an unbeaten half century and hit the winning runs. So what do I know? And he has got 3,500 or more first-class runs to his name.
He's got a half century against Durham.
Yeah, he's no mean bat. He's never got a century though. He should have done. One occasion. Potts is into Hanscom, short in towards the ribs. Hanscom is up onto his toes, dropping it out towards short mid-wicket. Potts charges toward the ball, picks it up, turns, and was all ready to hurl the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end before seeing that actually Hanscom had made his ground already. Hanscom on to 76, 180. It's irrelevant, Leicestershire score. The only relevant bit is the 6 wickets down and the fact that there are 31 and a half overs remaining.
How old's Wright? Is he 37?
38, is he not now? I wasn't sure. When his birthday was, it's coming up, it was around now. I think in goes Potts, bowls, short and, well, shortish, and right on the back foot defends. Let me just check. July, yeah. So he's coming. He's almost 38, which is
so joining Sussex at the age of 38. That's quite late in your career. But then Chris Rushworth joined Warwickshire this year at 37. So
and has proved very effective for Warwickshire, and I think Wright probably will for Sussex as well. He has kept himself. He's got an impressive sort of weights gym in his own house. In goes Potts and bowls. Wright defends calmly. Out into the offside. Rain Fields running across to his right.
Oh, your colleague's turned up. Are you doing a cricket show from here?
No, there's a sports show sort of every night, and he's going to do it from here because essentially not too much else is going on in football. I mean, there's Madison's departure, I suppose, from
yeah, where's he gone?
From Leicester Spurs.
Spurs. Newcastle were supposedly chasing him
for 40 millions of your English pounds.
Declan Rice. There's a tug of war going over him now.
110 is it up to?
Is it now? 110?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just obscene, isn't it? Silly amount of money. Oh, look at this positioning here.
Very, 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 very silly mid-off. In goes Potts and bowls a bouncer, right, just ducks underneath it. Clark's in there. You'll be able to smell his breath, which I'm sure is fragrant. That's not to imply that it's unpleasant in any way, but he's absolutely under
juicy
the eye
fruit.
line. Does he chew his... Does he chew...
I've got no idea. I don't even know if juicy fruit's still a thing anymore.
I was going to say, what are opal fruits called these days? Starbursts. That's it, apparently. End of the over, blathering about sweets, and we're going to get a change. Rain is coming off.
I've developed a
Twitch.
Yeah. For my 40th birthday, my friends
Go on then.
bought me a big box of sports mixtures. I hadn't seen them since I was at school. So they're quite big.
Are they like Yorkshire mixture? Quite hard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's footballs, cricket bats, boots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, oh, right.
So they're in the shapes of sporting equipment as Parkinson comes back into the attack. Balls. This is defended by Hanscom. But they're very tasty and they're very Moorish. So I then went through this period where I needed sports mixture in the car. And I don't only have 3 or 4 on the way home from work at night time or whatever. But then it's developed from there. It always starts with something, doesn't it? Parkinson in again. Hanscom pulls this up to long on, a little bit late in the shot there. 1 run.
Are they chewable or are they just suckable? Do you know what I mean? Like hard?
No, they're not hard. They're a chewy.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Dangerous in the car, aren't they?
They are, but anyway, I've gravitated from them to mini midget gems, and I just can't get enough of them now.
Borthwick's donning the helmet and going to go in close at Silly somewhere. Let's see where he ends up. Getting darker again. Okay though, light at the moment.
Parkinson got 3 around the bat here, comes in and bowls. A little bit of drift on that one for right. It's played away to the leg side, no run. Just runs up towards the adjacent to the stumps really, just a couple of strips across. So we've got a Silly point short leg, keeper standing up with the stumps, slip in there as well. Short mid wicket. Oh! Has that done too much? Is
no, it took the edge. Yeah, took the edge.
Oh, he's walking. He's walking.
Took the edge.
The umpire never moved his finger there, so that's turned quite some way. And a celebration from Durham, but I never saw the umpire raise his finger at all. But Wright was walking.
Yeah, so just edged it straight to slip, basically. Too good for Chris Wright.
Turned a bit on him, didn't it, that one?
Absolutely did.
And the next swathe of weather is just about to ruin things again because the umpires are doing a light meter assessment.
It's all right though at the moment, isn't it? It looks to me okay.
I'll go with you, Richard. If you want to keep
the shadows, but it looks okay. You know, I mean, objectively, they've kept him out in worse than this for sure.
One of the things now, it's not so much about whether there's shadows, and one of the factors they look into is around the ground. So the trees, the dark trees, would come into consideration now, and
it's just a useful sort of way for us, isn't it? Really, the electronic scoreboard gets looks much brighter. That you can see the shadows delineated, and you can see shadows, but not strong ones. They're fairly faint at the moment.
It's just Parkinson coming out.
Yep. Parkinson, very Parkinson again.
Yeah. So Potts was at first slip.
He was. He won't get many easier catches.
No. I think if Leicestershire want to win this, they're going to have to put their foot down here. They need another 258.
And the stream does actually have the run rate required for that particular equation to be achieved. It is 8.51. May not be on their minds. Parky is going to be surrounded as Parky bowls to Parky.
181 for 7. Matt Parkinson to his twin brother is forward and gets an inside edge to this to short leg.
No ball.
No ball, was it?
Yeah, signal no ball.
I'm missing a lot of these no balls because of the angle of this, the top of this railing here, when the umpire's putting his arm out. Again, it's the middle of the afternoon, back sort of shrinking again. Ooh! Pushes at this one, nearly caught at silly point there. Borthwick's in there under the tin. Nearly got his left hand down and underneath that one.
Needs to leave if he can, Callum.
Parkinson in again, flights that right up, it's met on the bounce, just snuffed away. End of the over, 30 overs to go, light permitting, weather permitting, everything else permitting. 183 for 7.
If light wasn't an issue, Durham would be very, very strong favourites to go on and win this now. And Potts will get a chance. On goes the meter. Jack Chantry. It is getting noticeably gloomier, but at the moment, Potts has the green light, so to speak. Yeah, a few comments and pictures of the Mulder dismissal being bandied about on social media. Matt Potts in the gloom emerges and bowls, looking for the Yorker, but he's bowling at Hanscom. Hanscom waits in his crease and just calmly pushes the delivery out towards Ben Rain and then walks away. I suspect we're at the stage now where Leicestershire will not be inclined to take singles. Hanscom, the proximity of his century notwithstanding, still 23 runs away. Again, I think back to the Hassan Azad Buren Hendricks partnership to save the game against Worcester last season. In goes Potts, and again Hanscom, having just pushed it out towards mid-wicket, just puts his head down, starts fiddling around and looking around and just not engaging, just focusing on what he has to do.
Michelle tweeted this morning, in situ at Leicester, commentating on Division 2 league leaders Durham trying to win on the final day. And then a reply to that from Robert Coe, I'd prefer to say promotion chasing Leicestershire trying to beat out a hard-earned draw. And since he tweeted that 20 minutes ago, he's now retweeted, this hasn't aged very well, has it?
Indeed. Potts is in, bowls a very short, slower delivery that loops up towards Hanscom, who just waits and drops it down at his feet, unfazed. He's trying different things, Matty Potts, at the moment. That one didn't quite come out, I don't think, as he intended.
Robert says, this tweet has aged very quickly. He is praying for bad light.
There's a bit more, it's getting lighter again behind the trees, unfortunately, from your point of view, Robert, and from Leicestershire's. There's quite a heavy cloud over the ground at the moment as Potts is in. Down the leg side it goes, and Hanscom makes sure everything is out of the way, hops inside the line and lifts his bat very high.
Ian Willis says, get the spinners on. The fact of the matter is, if the umpires decide they're going to check the light meters again, once they've taken a reading, which they did last night, the rest of the match is set by that reading they took last night.
Yeah, and
so
it doesn't
matter whether the spinners...
They'll check it sort of fairly constantly from now on in, whoever is bowling, whether it's two spinners or not. It doesn't appear as though danger as such is anything now, means anything. Two leg slips now as Potts is into Hanscom, short. Hanscom drops it down from outside off stump out into the offside. So we've got a leg, they are both really leg slips. Lees is the wider of the two in every sense, bless him, he's a solid figure. And Clark is definitely a leg slip. You could say Lees was at leg gully. And we've got Robinson, we've got Jones at first and Borthwick at second. So a little cradle.
Dave says, Durham seem quite happy with this draw. Where do you think this leaves us regarding promotion? They're going for the kill here.
Yeah, they've made something happen. In goes Potts and Bowles, looking for the Yorker. Played calmly out into the offside by Hanscom. Parkinson dives away to his right, and the maiden is complete. 29 overs remain. Potts 15 overs today, and rescue the game. It looks unlikely, but with Hanscom there, you never know. The Foxes 183 for 7. Back with you on commentary. Parkinson has kept out Parkinson so far.
And he keeps him out again, an inside edge to short leg there. One of them's the older twin by about 17 minutes, isn't he?
Mm.
Something like that.
I think Matt's the older, I'm not sure.
Who will have bragging rights tonight? Comes in and bowls again. And it's gone way down the leg side. Away for 4 extras, I think, 4 buys. Went a long way down the leg side.
That was a bit of a shock. He doesn't bowl many really rank bad balls, does he? But that one was.
Two balls left of the over. Oh, he smacks it into the hands of Graham Clark at short leg, and it bounces around and he can't hold on to it. Ricochets off him, and it's like a hot potato, and it just squirts past his arm and out.
What was Parkinson thinking?
Which one? Matt to Callum. Defended by Callum. End of the over. Whoa. Tense, nervous headache time. And the wet. It's really close out there at the minute in terms of the atmosphere. The umpires are going to have a chat about the light again.
Looks. Oh, they've got the measure. They've got the meter. I mean, by all means, have a look at the meter, but it's kind of, I think it's all right at the moment. Oh, video loss. Oh, video regained. Back it comes. On goes the light meter. Jack Shantry nods his head. Parkinson looks at umpire Watts. We continue. Seems to be a certain amount of uncertainty out there. Umpire Watts is chuntering away. Everybody's standing still, mostly with hands on hips. And we are okay. We are continuing.
I saw at the end of the last over from Potts, and we were talking about it doesn't matter if you've got spinners on or not, but Durham are obviously thinking about that, because at the end of that last Potts over, when he finished and he was walking away, Travaskis came in and seemed to measure his run up, so I was wondering if we might see him in the next over, and indeed we are.
He did look a bit tired, young Matty Potts. He's done his job, picked up a couple of wickets.
So Durham have got 126 points at the moment with the 8 they've got from this in bonus terms.
Travaskis is in, back goes Hanscom, strokes it out into the offside, turns down the single. So Ben Rain can take all the time he wants to field the ball on the boundary. Who's that warming up?
Aussies are 197 for 2.
Yeah, Smith and Labuschagne taking their revenge. In goes Travaskis, forward goes Hanscom, playing the ball along the ground to Clark at short leg. They do rarely fail twice in a row. Travaskis steps in and bowls. Hanscom goes back, forces out into the offside again. Rain will field, jogging in from the boundary.
Have you seen this? I hadn't been looking at the active league table. Leicestershire are actually second at the minute behind Durham. 36 points behind them, but with the bonus points they've gained in this game, they're 1 point ahead of Sussex.
They are second to Durham at the moment in the game, that is for sure. In goes Travaskis, bowls. Hanscom just pushes it calmly back down the pitch on the onside. Travaskis picks up.
As it stands with bonus points, Durham 126, Leicestershire 90, Sussex 89, Worcestershire 79 along with Glamorgan.
Javasquez is in. That was an extraordinary noise. Was that him making that as forward went Hanscom playing the ball back up the pitch to him? It just seemed to come after the ball had been delivered, that's all, rather than at the point of delivery, so to speak.
The Yorkies have 63, Gloucestershire 56, Derbyshire 46.
Javasquez is in, pushed by Hanscom out towards Rain, who's come in from the boundary now. Not much point being out there. Hanscom stays on 77. Parkinson will face Parkinson again at the start of the next over. They have those points at the moment, Yorkshire, but when will the ECB react to the recommendations, I wonder, of the disciplinary committee?
Another light meter reading, but they're happy. What, they're going to test the light at the end of every over now, are they? Lost the definition in the players' faces, mind, even with the floodlights on. And the screen looks rather grey, doesn't it? The TV colours are fairly saturated there. Don't know if that's an old laptop or not. But
couple of years, you know how it is.
Yes, it's obsolete then. Parkinson in to bowl to Parkinson. Snuffs this one away.
He just sort of play hard-handed in front of his pads. You think each time it just requires a touch of deviation or bounce and then pop up. Borthwick on his knees.
Parkinson in again. Oh, it's gone through. The keeper's appealing for a catch. Appealing for an inside edge there. I think there was too much of a gap that's gone between bat and pad and throw to the keeper. It's turned a bit as well, hasn't it? Yeah. Matt Parkinson joining the appeal once Robinson gone into full voice. Borthwick's on his knees here at Silly Point. And Callum Parkinson turns his back on that one. Adrenaline City, this. $187 for 7. Matt to Callum, turned away off the legs, down towards long leg. Might go for 4. Rain's chasing after it. The ball's slowed. He's going to get 2. He's off the mark on the lucky 13th delivery.
Reducing number of runs needed to win to a mere 250.
Oh, they've nearly broken the back of it now.
Of 26.2 overs.
The silly target set today, 439, for those of you who are interested in that kind of thing. I've had 2 delays for bad light today, but one took them off for 8 overs just after lunch, and then the other came late enough to allow an early tea. Pads up here, that's pitched down the leg side, surely.
Leg side? Kicked it.
I thought he'd sort of shoved his, what is it?
Miles outside off stump. And he doesn't really have much of a googly, so.
Next one,
that's a decent shout. Yeah.
He's got his brother for 2. LBW. Yes, Parky is the shout. So Matt Parkinson gets Callum Parkinson, LBW for 2. 189 is the score. The partnership is worth just 8. There are 26.1 overs remaining. 54.5 have gone.
Peter Hanscom must wonder what's going on. He was in the 70s when Vian Mulder was given out caught behind, and he's only on 77 now, and he's seen 1, 2, 3, 4 go in the meantime. But that was a much better shout than the first, that's for sure. Gloomy. Callum Parkinson's demeanour is gloomy, that's for sure, as he wanders off. Just 2 wickets now needed for Durham to go well clear at the top of the table. Well, they are well clear, but to go even further clear at the top of the table. Ed Barnes can be a hard man to get out. Hanscom waiting for him.
That was the end of the over, wasn't it, the wicket, last ball?
It was. Travaskis then will take up the attack again from the Bennett end. 5 overs, none for 7 for Liam Travaskis. Matty Parkinson's got some advice for him, it appears. Whether he's played with Ed Barnes, I don't know, but he's going to be bowling at Peter Hanscom. What will Hanscom's attitude be? He's got to try and pick up a single towards the end of the over. He's surrounded by close fielders. Slip, second slip, silly point, short leg.
Ooh.
Travaskis is in and bowls. Hanscom is forward, smothering the ball as it pitches.
Ollie Robinson has got Marnus Labuschagne caught behind for 47. Australia 198 for 3.
I'm sure we gave him a polite send-off as well. Not. Travaskis is in and bowled. Driving is Hanscom. There's more than one run there. You would have thought might go for 2, but it wasn't quite a certain 2 as Matt Parkinson runs back towards the extra cover boundary, so Hanscom declines even a single.
Durham will go on to 142 points if they can get this done.
It'll be a happy bunch that go down to Worcester, that's for sure. In goes Travaskis, gives it some air. But Hanscom is forward, blocking out into the offside. Rain at short, extra picks up. Travaskis bowls again, gives it some air. Thick inside edge from Hanscom. Wasn't too far from Clark's reaching right hand at short leg, but bounced well short before hitting Clark on the shoe, on the boot I should say. And we are going to have another change, sort of backward short, backward square
Backward
leg.
thingy thing.
Backward square leg,
yeah.
I suppose. Jones is in there, in goes Travaskis, down the wicket goes Hanscom. He was looking for the single, but all he did was clip it to mid-wicket where a capless Borthwick, I think for the first time, not wearing anything atop his head at mid-wicket. You don't often see of cricketers without, obviously other than bowlers and what have you, but fielders capless or hatless these days. Jones is being given guidance to go a little bit squarer. We've also got a short straight mid-on as Travaskis is in to Hanscom, who's down the wicket again, clipping out to Borthwick, who feels, and it is a maiden over. Couldn't get it away in those last couple of deliveries, so Barnes will be on strike to Parkinson, and on goes the meter again. Shantry looks.
You do worry that if they go back off now, they might not get back on for some time.
It's okay, he says. So 25 overs to take 2 wickets. Surely, Durham are almost home now. We get Mashaw hasn't been on for a while, has he? I'll see if he can see your boys over the line.
For some reason, some of the photographs I've tweeted this afternoon still haven't loaded up, so in a minute you're going to see a picture of Callum Parkinson batting against his brother, even though he was out a few minutes ago. Still hasn't loaded up, don't know why. In fact, I may as well just delete that now, because it's no point in sending it anymore. Matt Parkinson bowling here to Ed Barnes. You're right, young'un. Ian?
I'm in.
Yeah. Dramatic afternoon this has turned into.
Well,
Durham put a lot of faith in bringing in spinners for this one. Matt Parkinson, Travaskis coming into the side.
Yeah, I spent most of this morning saying that I felt that Matt Parkinson would have a role to play at some point today, and
comes in and bowls, turned away by Barnes. They're absolutely crowding the bat. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 of them around the bat now. You've got short leg, leg slip, 2 silly points, and a slip. You've got a short mid-wicket as well. Parkinson once more. Barnes looks to drive at that one. It's gone to first slip to Potts, but he's played and missed. It's just the spin that's taken that away.
I did think earlier on
it's
that
bounced off the keeper's gloves as well.
In the other room, I was looking out the window going, it's getting a bit gloomy out there. I can see why the umpires are...
Parkinson bowls again, and this is dealt with by Barnes, a forward defensive shot. David says there's more drama here than an episode of Crown Court. How old are you? Can you remember Crown Court or not?
No.
No. It's back on Talking Pictures TV.
Okay.
It was a drama series from the 70s set in a Crown Court. Oh, played into the front foot by Barnes, and it ricochets away to Borthwick along the floor. At silly point, end of the over.
I'm just wondering, will they check light at the end of every over?
They seem to be, don't they?
Well, they haven't for this one. I don't think the seamers will get away with too many overs if they brought them back. Well, that's the thing.
The match has ended in a draw between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire because they went off for rain earlier, didn't they? And they've not been able to get back on. There's a big swathe of rain drifting in from the west, and we're just inside the line of it at the minute. So it should be arriving in the near future, I think. Travaskis starts the next over, and that's cut away for 4. 189 for 893 for 8 now as that's added on. Good old Cornish name, Travaskis. But he's from Beirith in Cumbria.
Got so caught up in watching I forgot to commentate, so I shall go back in. Travaskis into Hanscom, and he dabs that into the leg side for the man at short leg, and there'll be no run there.
Oh, the A66 dual carriageway into Middlesbrough is currently shut, and I'll tell you why in a sec.
Travaskis again, and again Hanscom is fine with defending that. Just wondering how he'll be marshalling the strike going forwards. I doubt he'll want Barnes to face an entire over or 5 balls again. And again, Hanscom defends down the track to Travaskis. That's the 4th ball of the over. If Hanscom is intending to marshal strike, he'll want to take a single off the next ball, surely. Or, well, he could take off the last one, in fairness.
He's on 81, he'll be thinking about his 100.
And he doesn't get a single.
It's a 4.
He dabs it to the third man region for 4. He'll move to 85.
I don't think you'll have any view of that corner of the ground because of that side screen down through that window, and you're right there.
Yeah, I can't. I had to wait for you to tell me what was actually.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, he's dabbed it, but
there's a bit of this ground we've not seen all week. It's down to our right, where the in front of the main restaurant here, actually.
Right, he'll want a single here if he's intending to marshal strike. How will Travaskis flight this one? Well, Hanscom doesn't get a single, he gets another boundary. He's gone through the covers, and he won't keep strike. Barnes will be back on strike for the next over. I'm sure Durham won't mind that. Hanscom himself moves on to 89, not out, 11 away from his century. Will he get time to complete it?
That is the 200 up for Leicestershire, if you're interested in these things. But the most important thing, 201 for 8, is the remaining overs as things stand. If the weather doesn't intervene, 23 of them remain. So they've got there in 58 overs. Good tactic, though, from Travaskis to keep him off strike. It's let him hit a 4.
I'm sure that was indeed the plan.
Matt Parkinson bowling now to Barnes, who faced all of the deliveries from the previous over and blocked them all, and here's the first of this one, which is blocked. Yeah, if you're travelling in the Middlesbrough area or heading to Teesside and you're listening to us in the car, the A66 is closed because a huge pipe's fallen off the back of a lorry and is lying across the dual carriageway. So you might not be able to you won't be able to get along that bit of the road, as this one is defended as well. That's going to take some lifting. I'm just trying to see which direction it's in. It's...
Oh, that's not just a huge pipe,
It's the westbound between North Ormsby and Cargo Fleet. So heading back towards the town along the dual carriageway from the east. That one is played away safely towards Rain. It's a short mid-wicket. It's almost difficult to see the batsman here. There's that many people around him. They could all touch each other. Parkinson once more. Oh, that's gone through. It's a no ball. It's a no ball. Now, is he? Where's his foot when this happens?
I mean, it looks marginal front on, but you never know.
You cannot tell, really, can you? But there's been a lot of no balls in this game from Durham. Parkinson in again, bowls, and it's played into the ground, and it bounces into the hands of, I think it's Bushnell at Silly Point, one of two at Silly Point, with Borthwick alongside him. 2 balls left of this over. 203 for 8 here on the BBC. Parkinson in again. Oh, it's done too much. It's gone into the keeper's gloves, high up to the right of his hip. Getting quite a bit of turn now here on day 4, which was what Durham were hoping would happen. It's 5 to 5. We're not into final hour territory yet, because there's still another 6 overs to go before we get there, so that's going to be about 20 minutes time. Giant stride forward there. Of course, when they came back after tea, because they took an early tea, didn't they? So that was
about 4 minutes before tea, I think.
Yeah, so there was still 45. There were 36 overs to go then. So they should have, when they go to tea, normally it's meant to be 32, but on the last day of a game, they always go to tea at 20 to 4, and I think they went off for tea today and took the early tea. I wrote down the time, it was 3:37, so they were only 3 minutes away anyway. But slightly longer session though, with 36 overs to be bowled.
It'll be Travascus to continue. Peter Hanscom back on strike. 11 away from a possible century. And he cuts that. It was uppish, it was aerial for a bit. There was no one there to cut it off. And again, it goes to the backward point boundary. And it's another 4 for Hanscom to go with his previous 2 4s, or 2 4s in the previous over.
He's had 20 centuries. He's had 1 this year in the opening match against Yorkshire in Leeds.
This time he dabs it down the track back to Travascus.
What did he get there? It was 114, I think I read out earlier. No, it was 112.
There's no one out there on the leg side, and well, he hasn't run. Wait a minute, what's going on here?
Well, he's keeping the strike, isn't he?
Well, so he is marshalling the strike.
Yeah, he is now.
was that Jones out there with all the Durham all the Durham players egging him on to run down the ball, giving him a bit of jip there, but there is no run. So it's 4s or dots.
Yeah, I think he hasn't run there because I think he thought that was going to go for 4, but it's it's to a very long boundary. It's the longest boundary, and he'd angled it.
Yeah, he could have run 2.
Anywhere else around the ground, that was over the ropes, but
he could have run 2 in that time, though. Unless he just thought from the minute it was hit, right, no one's out there, that's a 4. Either way, there's no run there, and Travascus will come back around. Ooh.
The other issue could be you've got a short leg and a square leg and an umpire, so maybe he just couldn't quite see where the ball had gone initially.
Travascus. Hanscom comes down the track, but then chooses to defend it back to Travascus. There's 1 ball left remaining in this over. Again, the subplot, how will Hanscom treat this? Will he want to steal strike? Or will he be content to let Ed Barnes get the whole of the Matt Parkinson over? Well, he's able to work that through cover. And they're going to come... Well, they're just going to go for one. Yeah, he's only taking the one. He'll take strike for the next over. He's probably got the best result he wanted there.
Lees was the man who tried to stop that ball diving at point. Got a hand on it. It didn't quite reach that short boundary, which is only about 50 yards on that popular side of the ground. Right, I'm going to have to go and do my update.
No problem. And in the meantime, I shall update you that Leicestershire are 208 for 8. We have 21. Well, one of three things are going to happen today. Either bad light will intervene, Leicestershire will bat out the remaining 21 overs, or Durham will win. Stay locked in to find out which one it actually will be. Leicestershire 208 for 8. Peter Hanscom is 6 runs away from what would be a fantastic century. He's looked completely unflustered today, but he's now got a job on his hand to try and marshal as well, bat and marshal Leicestershire to safety. Ed Barnes is yet to score on having faced 13 balls, but I don't think he'll be unhappy with that.
Parkinson into Hanscom, goes back, cuts, and should pick up at least 2. They need to get 2 rather than 3 to keep Hanscom on strike, obviously, and they are going to do that as Jones runs around and fields. Did you hear the Durham boys all encouraging when Hanscom didn't run in that last over, but the fielder had his back to him and he was chasing after it like mad, and all the Durham boys were saying, go on, he's going for 2, he's going for 2. In goes Parkinson, and that is driven by Hanscom for 4, and that is his century. An outstanding knock from Peter Hanscom, his second century for the Foxes. It's come off 141 balls out of 214 for 8, and thoroughly deserved effort in front of Grace Road crowd, such as it is. Deserves more, really, people to be here to see that, because Hanscom has been outstanding for the Foxes, and in front of Mrs H and little Jack as well. And that ball almost travelled towards Jack as he's sitting playing on the other side of the boundary fence, the boundary rope. 214 for 8. Hanscom 100, well batted. Still got a job to do though. Still over 20 overs and 4 balls potentially to be bowled in this game. Round the wicket goes Parkinson as they try to give Hanscom 1. Hanscom just waits and dabs it out into the off side. Parkinson walks forward to pick it up. The ice cream van goes down Milligan Road.
Playing a celebratory tune for Peter Hanscom's century.
Yeah. Parkinson spins the ball from hand to hand. 2 for 52 for him as he jogs in and bowls. Hanscom is down the wicket, clipping it around the corner.
Now, I could be wrong, but I think it's spitting outside. Am I making this up in my head? Is that
no, you can see a few drops on the glass.
A new plot. A new twist in this plot.
It's not heavy yet, is it? Well, anything like it. You know, it's not sort of heavy enough to have the umpires looking at each other.
Might be the precursor to something else, though.
It absolutely might. Absolutely might. Parkinson is in and bowls. Back goes Hanscom, cutting, and I think they'll just take 1 there. They will. Not a great delivery, really, from Parkinson in the circumstances, because he has conceded 1, and there is just now 1 ball to bowl in the over.
I think umpires will definitely... I mean, it's still bright out there, but if they can feel the spitting, they'll probably look at the light meter once again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 close fielders now as Parkinson over the wicket to Barnes, who's forward, pushing it out into the offside, and it's not far from Borthwick's reaching right hand. The Durham skipper rolls, having failed to get his right hand under the ball, almost rolls under the batsman's eye line, and that is the end of the over. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. 14 fours, I think was the boundary count in Hanscom's century. And it is going to be Travaskis to continue from the Bennett end. The light's been worse, hasn't it? But you can see the drops of rain just on the wind in the trees.
It's definitely.
I'll keep going just because the update will be any second, and then we'll get you back on commentary mesh. 2:15 for 8. Hanscom now surrounded by close fielders. Over the wicket goes Travaskis, bowls to him, he cuts him for 4. They're sort of easy runs for a batter of Hanscom's class now, because so many close fielders are in, gaps everywhere. They are, but Peter Hanscom is fighting a really brave lone hand here, almost. He's 105 not out off 146 deliveries. Just gone to his 100. He hit 14 fours in so doing. Ed Barnes, Leicestershire's number 10, is providing doughty support for Hanscom at the moment. He has yet to score, but he's got through 14 deliveries. There's still plenty of time left in the game for Durham to take Leicestershire's last 2 wickets, 19.5 overs, but the light isn't very good and it may rain. Could that save Leicestershire? We'll find out shortly. They're 219.
Hanscom is happy for that to hit him on his pad. There's nothing doing there. Won't cause any trouble to the stumps. There'll be no run there. It's been a while since Parkinson's had a full over at Hanscom. And again, Hanscom is forward and defence, no run. He'll be happy to do that and consider trying to get a single, whether on the 4th, 5th or final ball of the over. Parkinson twirling away again, 20th over is bowled. And Hanscom back and cuts, will not run on that one, goes through to the man on the cover boundary, and he will not take the single then. This time goes for, reaches for somewhat of a drive, but it's fielded in the offside. There'll be no run. So we almost with these overs wait for these final 2 deliveries now of each over to see the subplot within the over of what Peter Hanscom decides to do. He'll definitely want a single off one of these balls. As I said earlier, Scott Borthwick is warming up in the field. It looks like they're going to turn to him at some point. Parkinson in again. Hanscom on the back foot into the offside, no run. So it will be the final ball that Hanscom will try to force a single there. 4 men on the offside preventing a single, and on 3 on the leg side in essence. And it's a bad delivery. Well, it could go for 4 to be fair, so is it a bad delivery? It will go it will go for 4. A cursory chase there by, I'm trying to see which Durham fielder that is who jogged after the ball to escort it to the boundary so that Peter Hanscom could not keep strike. It is, of course,
Travaskis, I think.
It's Travaskis, yes. He shepherded the ball to the boundary, and it will be Ed Barnes who will be on strike for the next over. Leicestershire 224 for 8. Pete Hanscom is 110 not out.
It is dark again, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I meant by the in-out. It was brighter than this literally
It's
3 minutes ago.
It's really strange. The light seems to change all the time at the moment.
Yeah, it's just got that tiny bit gloomier in the last, 60 seconds?
Travaskis around the wicket to a surrounded Barnes, comes off a thick outside edge, runs along the ground towards the gully, and he's going to pick up a single. Jones is a little bit deep, can't get across in time, and Barnes takes one off the first ball to get off the mark and give Hanscom back the strike. 17.5 overs remain.
So this is the only problem. If you have spin over after over, how many overs can they realistically turn to pace when it's gloomy like
yeah,
they're lowering
yeah.
the amount of overs they can possibly now squeak in.
But if they do, I think the umpires will take them off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Travaskis over the wicket to Hanscom, who just lets it hit his pad and bounces up into the air. Durham appeal for a catch on the basis that it had bounced up off the pad and sort of clipped the arm or something like that of Hanscom, but clearly didn't. And umpire Chantry, who is a good umpire, shakes his head. Travaskis is in. Forward is Hanscom, pushing the ball back down on the onside. Picked up by Jones at mid-wicket-ish. Short-ish mid-wicket. And there is no run. Hanscom remains 110 as Travaskis is in. Hanscom again blocks it out to Jones, and there is no run.
I've got 20 minutes before I need to do another update.
Ditto. So, well, you can come here then, and then I'll finish this over. And in goes Travaskis. Down the wicket goes Hanscom. He's going to be caught. No, it drops just over mid on. Oh, goodness me. It looked like it was going to go straight to Borthwick. He chipped it up into the air off a leading edge. He turned his bat too quickly on it. It was very, very high. Borthwick backpedaled desperately, and it just dropped over his head. Goodness me, that was a fortunate escape for Peter Hanscom, and they took the run.
Not sure Borthwick read it initially, almost as if he didn't think it was coming to him first. And that little hesitation has meant he's backpedaled. Well, he didn't want to be backpedaling in that situation, in essence.
Looking at the lights.
Yeah.
Round the wicket goes Travaskis to Barnes. Surrounded by close fielders, Barnes is resolutely forward, pushing the ball back up the wicket to Travaskis. It's the end of the over. Martin will come back on for me and see if he can get Durham over the line.
I think this is survivable.
We've had a significant ebb and flow throughout the course of the day. At one point it looked like Leicestershire would be blown away when 3 wickets fell so early in the day. Then it looked like they'd just bat out the day comfortably. And now with 17 overs to go and Ed Barnes 1 not out from 16 balls and Peter Hanscom looking like he won't be dismissed, all of a sudden it's starting to look like Leicestershire might see this over the line, particularly with the threat of light being bad.
They could quite easily. This is survivable. 17 overs to go. We are about to enter the final hour as well. Who has had a few big innings where he's blocked an end out as a night watchman and that kind of thing. So you could see there from Borthwick. I don't know if he just didn't quite see that when it came to him initially. But as it landed behind him, he didn't even try and field it. He just stood there with his hands on his head. Parkinson in round the wicket bowling to Hanscom. It's another no ball. How many no balls have been in this game now? Parkinson once again. Hanscom back into his crease, defends that one. Scorecard. So Leicestershire in this innings. Where's the extras? I haven't got them there. That's the 7th no ball in this innings. And this is played away. 1 run. There were 30 runs and no balls in the first, so that's 15 no balls in the first. So actually that would be 4 in this innings, and if it's going in runs rather than the number of no balls. Yeah, there's 8 runs from no balls in this innings, so that's 4 in this. That last delivery was just defended by Hanscom. Parkinson bowls. Hanscom flicks it away through short mid-wicket to Rain. Another no ball. He bowls. Oh, chopped down into the ground. It bounces high off towards the covers, no run. That nearly skidded through. It's tense out there. Will Durham be leaving here with maximum points, or will they have to settle for a draw? Parkinson bowls, and Hanscom down the track. There's a chance for a run out, and there's a throw at the stumps. Misses the target. It was from Toole, I think, left arm throw from mid-on. So Hanscom has stolen a single, and this means Barnes has 1 ball to see off at the end of this over. And then we're into the final hour. So they'll start their clocks, and it'll be around about 5:17, 5:18. So that means they can't play on beyond that final hour. But they could, with the spinners on, get more than 16 overs in. Last ball of the over from Parkinson. Right arm over to Barnes. He defends. So 16 overs to go. My watch says 5:17. Drama.
Most definitely. I was saying earlier on that I could see Scott Borthwick going through some kind of stretching. Do you think he'll get a goal?
Well, it's his choice. He's the captain.
Or do you think he'll give himself a guy?
He hasn't bowled that much this year because he broke his finger at the start of the season in a warm-up match against the University, and the bone sort of fractured off in his finger, so he hasn't bowled much this year. But equally, you've got Travaskis and Parkinson in the side, who are spinners as well, so he's been a bit more reliant on them. Or he is for this game. It was Kuhneman for other matches and Ajaz Patel. Hanscom's just trying to get the sweat out of his helmet, the sponge around the inside of the helmet.
Travaskis back in to Hanscom, and he lets that hit. He lets that hit him on the pad. No run there.
Durham can't bring the quicks back on, can they? Unless the light significantly improves, so it's spin from now on in.
This one, Hanscom plays that on the front foot, and it skewers out to the man at point. No run again.
I think that might be Michael Jones.
Again, offers no shot and allows that one to hit him on the pad. Going over the stumps, but all the same.
Just risky, isn't it?
Interesting decision to leave it alone. This time he's on the front foot again and out into the covers, no run. So we'll have 2 balls remaining of Travaskis' over. We've seen how Hanscom has played the last 2 balls of pretty much every over for the last, what, half an hour. He'll be looking for a single. Ooh, this time he tries to go for a bit of a paddle sweep. Gets nothing on it. is hit outside the line. And there's no run there. So it all hinges on this final ball of Travaskis's 11th over. How will Peter Hanscom try and engineer a single? Will Ed Barnes have to come back on strike at the start of the next over?
Barnes has faced 17 for his 1 run.
And there is no run, and that's a small victory there for Durham. Hanscom came down the wicket trying to hit the ball through the onside. Got, if anything, he got turned inside out a bit, skewered out to the man at point. There was no run there. I think it was Jones there at point, and it will be Ed Barnes on strike for the 67th over. Matt Parkinson will be hoping he gets all, well, if he can take a wicket before that, but he gets an entire over to work Ed Barnes over. The last time Ed Barnes started on strike, he got off strike with the first ball of the over, which was the worst case scenario for Durham, having engineered the situation they wanted. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, well 7 if you include the wicketkeeper around the bat.
Parkinson bowls, Barnes forward to that one. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. That is Peter Hanscom's little boy crying down there. He wants to see his daddy. He's been out there for 173 deliveries for his 112. It's Barnes on strike. Parkinson bowls and pushed just beyond the grasp of Scott Borthwick. It silly mid-off, really, he is there now. There's a crowd of people in there. Who's next to him? Is that Bushnell next to him? Bushnell's next to him at silly point. Next ball defended by Barnes. Matt Salisbury can block and block, so these two, by the way, they've put on 42, so that's been a useful partnership.
Albeit Barnes has won.
Yeah. Taking that away from him there, aren't you? That's a dot ball.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's one of the greatest ones I've seen so far this year, but...
He's faced 21 deliveries for his 1. He's got 2 more left in this over. Parkinson comes in and bowls. And they're all on a length. He's just been able to play the same defensive shot to virtually every ball here.
Yeah, I think I've only seen maybe 1, maybe 2 that's beaten his outside edge. So, and even then it was a kind of poor judgment from Ed Barnes. I think Matt Parkinson might want to just push one up a little bit and encourage him.
They've put a second, Borthwick's gone to a second short leg, and they've brought Travaskis round from from leg slip, and Barnes sees it away. No run there. It's a maiden, but Durham now only have 14 overs to play with, and it's going to be Hanscom who's on strike. How are they going to break this up?
What do you reckon? Draw or win?
Umpires are looking at the light meters again.
Oh. It's interesting because it hadn't got significantly gloomier than it had been.
No, it's just, it's sort of filled in, hasn't it? Nothing's moving now. There's no sign of any light anymore. The sky's quite grey. But they are playing on. So it'll be Travaskis to bowl. The light is miles away from us. It's way over in the west.
Yeah, it's almost like it's just clumped over the ground now.
It's uniform grey above us, isn't it?
Right, Travaskis into Peter Hanscom. Start of the 68th over. Hanscom forward, no run.
The worry for Durham here is that the umpires decide the light is not good enough, and if they go off, then they can't come back on after 6 o'clock on the final day, so that'll be the end of that. Happened to them at Glamorgan this year, after a rain.
Hanscom on the back foot cuts. There's a misfield, but he will not run on the misfield at point and will stay on strike.
Of course, if Durham don't win, then everybody will be saying, why didn't you declare this morning instead of batting another 5 or 6 overs?
Hanscom forward, no run. Until you said that, I'd actually forgotten that they'd done
Yeah,
they'd done that this one, and it was almost inevitable that that narrative would then come into play later on in the day. But I'm going to give you an argument against it in a minute. Travascus back in, and Hanscom defends that into the onside for no run. It's all good and well us saying it in hindsight, or anybody saying it in hindsight, but Durham have had to work really hard to get any wickets. Well, I say really hard.
It's still a flat track. It's a Cooker ball as well. Howell's the ball, 67 over, so they were never going to give themselves a chance to have 2 new balls.
Travascus and Hanscom on the back foot cuts, and it's not cut off at point. It'll go down. At point it'll go down to the point boundary for 4 runs.
Question is, did they really want to cut that?
No, exactly, which is what I was literally about to say. I mean, ideally, he probably wanted that to be kind of parried for 1. I think he was running regardless.
What's that Tool down there? Tool, I think. Let them have the 4s.
So it all hinges on this ball again. The subplot of the last ball. Hanscom down the track and he'll run a quick single. Oh, hold on. Well, we have an issue here.
Well, he's not out.
He's not out.
Borthwick smashes the stumps at the bowler's end, but it's given not out.
So Hanscom smashed that to mid-on, ran immediately, which is why he's in. But Borthwick hits the stumps on an angle. But yeah, you could see from the dust, puff of dust, that he was already in at that point.
Nick on Twitter tweeted a few minutes ago, Durham are going to regret not declaring overnight if we don't see this through. Paul Summerside a little bit earlier on. This is stunning, this. It's tense. Is it going to happen? At the minute, these two have put on 47. I know there's only 1 run to Barnes, but he's faced 23 balls. He's doing his bit. He's keeping an end tied up. And between them, they're steering Leicestershire towards salvation here and a draw. 13 overs remaining.
If the umpires get the light meter out 1 more time, I think we're going off. That's what I reckon will happen here.
Scott Borthwick swarming himself up. He might have a try in a mo. Meanwhile, it's down to Parkinson to bowl his 23rd over, 2 for 62, 6 maidens. But it's Hanscom who is on strike, and they're not crowding the bat for him. Right arm over from the pavilion end. Hanscom cuts, and Bushnell chases after it. They're not going to run. So Hanscom on 117 is keeping strike here. He's faced 180 balls. It's raining. There are spots of rain on our window. Hopefully it will pass us by, but there's a bit of rain in the air again. This weather, the elements, is as much a factor as the wickets here, I would say. That loops in and is snuffed out on the bounce.
Yeah, spitting a bit heavier. I mean, it was doing the same 20 minutes ago, but this looks a bit more consistent.
Durham have only lost 1 game this season. That was the opening match where they could easily have won it. It went right down to the wire at Sussex. They've won 4. Can this be 5, or will this be draw number 3? Leicestershire have won 2, lost 1 and drawn 4. And they've brought players in close again now. We've got a silly point and a short leg once more. And I'm going to have to go and do an update next door.
And so it'll be Matt Parkinson in for the 3rd ball of his 23rd over. And Hanscom rocks onto the back foot, plays it out into the offside to the man in cover. There'll be no run. Bit of a cool breeze. Cool? Let's call it cold breeze. Parkinson again. Hanscom again on the back foot. This time he'll run. That's the 4th ball of the over. He'll run on that one. Everybody will now come in. Ed Barnes will be on strike for 2 balls of Matt Parkinson's 23rd over. The 7 men will crowd around him. Barnes has blocked, I was about to say 23 balls. Well, he's blocked 22 because he got 1 run. But he's blocked 22 balls. Leicestershire will hope he can block another 2. Parkinson in, and Barnes reaches forwards. He's beaten. Ollie Robinson takes that on the 2nd attempt. But there's, crucially for Leicestershire, there's no run and no wicket. Parkinson, final ball of the over. Barnes forward, defends, sees out the over. Leicestershire 237 for 8. Peter Hanscom 118 not out. Ed Barnes playing a sterling hand of 1 not out from 26 balls. 12 overs remain.
I've seen Ed Barnes get to 85 not out against Somerset at Taunton, a good Somerset side. So you know he is no mean batter, Barnes. Now the umpires are checking the meters again, but continue to be happy enough to continue. 12 overs remain. So Ben Rain is going to have a go. Are they happy enough with the light to continue with seam bowling? It would seem so.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Well, this is interesting.
So I was under the impression that they probably weren't allowed to bring seamers back.
Or if they did, they'd take them off, but they've clearly decided that the light is good enough to support seam bowling.
So why not bring them back earlier?
Good question. Maybe only now the light is good enough. I think it is a bit better, actually. I don't know what you think.
It's been so hard to call the light today.
It has, hasn't it?
The minute we say it's good, it turns bad within 5 minutes. So
it has.
Although
this changes things, especially if Potts gets can bowl.
How many overs of seam will they be able to get in? That's the question.
72 balls remain to Durham. Legitimate deliveries to take these last 2 Leicestershire wickets. Borthwick claps his hands at silly mid-off. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as Rain is in. Bowls to Hanscom, who forces it through mid-on. That's going to go all the way. Too long gone. I think Lees is chasing. Oh no! It doesn't. It's about 5 inches short. So Hanscom takes 2. Moves on to 120. Very, very tense here at the Uptonsteel County Ground because Leicestershire are still out there, still battling to save the game. They've just brought up a 50 partnership for the 9th wicket, and if I tell you that one of the batters, Ed Barnes, has got precisely 1 of those runs, you'll understand what is going on out there. Barnes is basically trying to keep his end up, while Peter Hanscom at the other end has got his 100. He's on 120 now, off 185 balls. Leicestershire's score is 239 for 8. They're not going to win the game, but they have 11.4 overs left. If they can bat through those 11.4 overs, they will save the game. It all depends on Hanscom and Barnes. At the moment, they're standing firm. Leicestershire 239 for 8. Drops short there, Rain, and it's pulled to mid-wicket, and a really good stop by Travaskis there. I thought that had almost gone straight through him, but he managed to get his hands down and save the runs. Every single Durham fielder now is effectively a close catcher, with the arguable exception of backward point, but even he's kind of there for the skewed drive, isn't he? Which Hanscom is unlikely to play, you would have thought. Rain is in. Bowls to Hanscom, who defends on off stump, drops it out towards the Durham skipper Borthwick, and there is no run.
I'm more intrigued now as to who's bowling next. Now, if Rain's got the over,
yeah,
does the light hold for Potts? Because you have to go to Potts.
Exactly.
But you could easily see a situation where the umpires go, yeah, there's no more pace happening.
But Potts is quicker than Rain by a yard, you know, so by a lot. So whether that makes a difference. Rain is bowling down the slope. Potts would normally bowl down the slope. Rain is in. Bowls to Hanscom, who cuts late for 4. Down to 3rd man. There'll be a little bit of Hanscom who's enjoying this because every fielder's close. There are absolutely runs to be had everywhere. If you can find a gap, he's going to get 4, almost certainly on this very quick outfield, or at least 2, whatever. And so he's, to a certain extent, filling his boots here. He moves on to 124 not out of 243 for 8.
Be trying to engineer just a single now, though.
Yeah, he needs to try and get the strike if he can. Rain is in to him. He goes back, pulls for 4. Well, he could have sort of hit it gently and tried to get 3, but as it is, 4. So consecutive boundaries to Pete Hanscom, and he moves on to 128, 247 for 8. Now just 66. Legitimate deliveries left to be bowled in the game.
So this might be the last time you have me on air today. As
it might. Have you enjoyed it?
I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I will be sitting in the side room watching this thrilling end because I am intrigued to know who's actually going to see this over the night.
You couldn't walk away, could you? Now, really, because it is tense out there. They are, and
are they going back to spin?
Yeah, that. Yeah, would seem so. So we do our shuffle around again if she's going to, as he said, depart next door. How can that happen in this circumstance like these with Durham on the brink of victory, and they forget? My word. BBC Radio Newcastle. What were you thinking? Scott Borthwick. The Durham skipper is going to try and do the business for his side.
The irony was, in an email about an hour ago, I said I can do the 5:30 for you, but can you email me just to remind me? And I remembered it anyway, and they didn't. Yeah. Oh. These things happen. Is this going to happen for Durham, though? Borthwick in, and this is defended by Barnes. So Barnes doing his bit there in a 50-run partnership. He might have only had 1 run in it, but he's eaten up 25, 26 balls now. Borthwick in again, and the overs are running out. That's another defensive shot. I can't recall a moment where he's looked in peril, to be honest with you. Can you?
Well, as I say, he's a very competent bat. I saw him get 85 not out against Somerset at Taunton.
Borthwick in again, and that's cut. It's away out through the covers for 4.
Is it going to go? Yes, it is.
Oh, it might not, you know. Oh, just.
They could have run about a 7 there. Because the fielder didn't chase. He was waiting for it to cross so that the 12th man would throw it back.
In comes Borthwick again. That's the heading out in the same direction. The ball has a bit of top spin on it, and it's going to slow, though. Not even make it off the square. Reach the edge of the last cut strip. But they're not taking a run. 250 came up with a 4 in the 71st over. Borthwick bowls out the back of the hand. It's gone down the leg side. It's taken by the keeper.
Right. Now that cloud, the dark cloud, how long is that going to take before it comes over? When it does, I think that'll be that. But it's a good 20 minutes, maybe half an hour away.
Borthwick bowls again, and they're appealing. There's a massive appeal here, and it's not going to be given. The umpire is absolutely not interested.
I've heard worse comments at a
well, yeah,
sporting
worse
occasion.
comments here 2 weeks ago.
Shut up. Yes.
End of the over, 10 to go. Actually, the sky is lighter to the north now, which is to the west. I keep getting mixed up. Yeah. So the west. The murk's sort of been drifting in from there, hasn't it?
Well, it tends to come over the electronic scoreboard from the sort of southwest, and behind it looks a bit horrible. That over there will be over before too long, but I think Durham are going to get at least 5 or 6 more overs, and it does look like
Potts.
Matty Potts now
has got the okay. Big moment.
Now then, the light, I would say, is right on the cusp here.
It is.
In fact, I'm going to get my light meter out and just verify this.
Ooh, you have a light meter.
Yeah.
If we could get one that was the same as the umpires, it would be interesting, wouldn't it?
It's just a rule of thumb, because normally when it gets down to around 300 lux, that is when they tend to go off.
Potts then, with 10 overs remaining, comes down the slope. He's going to be bowling to Peter Hanscom, outside off stump, steered to backward point by Hanscom. Jones fields, and there is no run.
It's just hovering around about 200 at the minute.
59 balls remain. Ooh, I shall have to. Actually, I don't know. Find that app.
I just googled light meter in the App Store and it came on.
Right, you are. It gives you a sort of baseline, doesn't it, of sorts as well, so we can say definitively if the light is worsening. Potts is in. Hanscom defends on the back foot, strokes it out to Lees. Just straight short mid on.
Remember those days when they used to have the lights on the scoreboard, didn't you? And if it got past 3, they went off.
Yes, I remember those. They had 5. In fact, I remember them up at Durham.
Yeah, they're still on the old scoreboard.
Yeah. The one under the county or next to the county stand, sort of.
I don't know what they're doing.
Getting more helmets, perhaps? Who knows?
Well, there's a 3 on the field there.
Yeah,
I've just seen Bedingham downstairs. He's got his thumb strapped and his right hand. His right hand strapped. So.
Well, fingers crossed he's okay for potentially for Worcester. Little delay while they retrieve whatever they want from the. It can't be helmets, really, can it? Because nobody is close enough, with the exception of short leg, to need.
Yes, they need some more shin pads.
Oh, we are cracking on. As in goes Potts and bowls, outside off stump. Hanscom leaves.
When did these two come together? 55th over. So this is the 72nd.
So 17 overs almost survived now by Messrs Barnes and Hanscom. Partnership 62, Barnes 5. Doesn't matter, that's not what counts.
There were 26 overs left when Parkinson was out.
Potts is in, outside off stump, cut for 4 by Hanscom. Taking full advantage of the close field once again. He moves on to 132, but again the runs, not to Hanscom of course, they're not an irrelevance to him, but to the game they're an irrelevance.
Here's another tweet. Anthony Dent, absolutely ridiculous to bat on this morning. They're all coming in again now.
Patience, Durham fans.
Some of them came in first thing this morning, then they've gone off like homing pigeons for a fly around the countryside, and they're now returning again.
Potts is in, short and wide, and good stop. Diving to his left by Ben Rain at a fairly short point, just forward of point. He's not exactly square, he's just in front of point, but he dived to his left and saved another 4. Potts 2 for 64. He's got 1 ball left in this over. He looks a touch weary as he turns, runs down the slope and bowls to Hanscom, who on drives him for 4. Well batted, Peter, is the shout from one of the Leicestershire supporters. He moves on to 136 now. 259 for 8. 9 overs remain. 54 deliveries left for Durham to take these last 2 wickets. Rain is going to try from the pavilion end, up the slope, up which he has toiled so often in the past. Can he convert his 8 wickets in the match to 10 and give his side victory? Gloomy out there at the moment. The shadows from the floodlights fairly clearly delineated. The players' shadows, that is. Barnes will carefully take guard again from umpire Watts.
Rain in, left by Barnes, past the off-stumper goal. He's got two slips, two slips and a leg slip. Backward point, short leg, short mid-wicket. Mid-on is quite close in as well.
You can basically assume all fielders are short at the moment.
Yeah,
one way or another.
everybody is,
everybody.
I wouldn't even say within the 30-yard discs, they're all within the 15-yard discs, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. I suppose you could say Borthwick's fairly conventional. No, he's not. In he goes.
Rain in. Barnes leaves that one. And Borthwick can't believe it.
Looks a bit like Jamie Bell, Borthwick. A young, with respect to Borthwick. Jamie Bell's quite old these days, isn't he? He's into his 30s. The actor.
Which one?
The actor from the Northeast who was in Billy Elliot and all sorts of films. And he was in a film about Centurion, was it called? Something like that. No, something like that.
I went to interview the cast when they were filming Billy Elliot in a back lane in Easington, I think it was, Easington Village.
He was just a boy then, of course.
Rain bowls, and it's another leave from Barnes. He's watching them all go through to the keeper.
Grins back down the wicket, Eddie Barnes. You can't not like Barnes. He's such an amiable young man.
Paul Lund, greetings from a soggy Roker Riviera. We never do it the easy way, do we? Away Durham dig in. Well, it's Leicestershire who are digging in. These two have been battling together for nearly 19 overs now.
That dark cloud's getting ever closer.
Rain in. Barnes has to play at this one and does. He pushes it out into the cover area.
Is definitely worsening. I'm not saying
the issue is now, if they were to go off now because of the light, they won't get back on. You can't come back on after 6 o'clock on the final day. So that's it. That's curtains for Durham. It's a draw.
I'm not saying it because I want it to get worse. It genuinely is objectively getting worse.
Rain bowls. It's a short one. Barnes gets up on his toes and fends it down into the floor safely. He's got one ball left to see off this over, and then there's 8 to go, which is roughly half an hour's play.
Apparently something similar is going on in the game involving Sussex, whose last pair have been batting for 15 overs now. And it is raining at Leicester Forest East, which is about 5-6 miles down there. We can almost see the rain. It's heading our way.
So all those people sat in the traffic jam there, they're all getting wet. Last ball of this over. Rain to Barnes, and he keeps out a Yorker. 8 overs to go.
48 balls.
So 26 overs left when Matt Parkinson got his twin brother Callum LBW for 2. And
umpires having a chat. It's gloomy, folks. Out comes the meter.
Comes out again.
Out comes the meter. Goes on to the stumps.
Tony Waters, we really need to get over the line here. We keep talking about putting ourselves in a position to win matches, but if we don't do so today, we've been in a position
we're
to
okay,
win
folks.
7 matches in the year, but only succeeded in 4 of them.
Well,
the lighter sky we could see to our right is now gone, so that's passed us by.
But umpire Chantry says the light meter has not reached the level at which the players will be taken from the field.
Parkinson's going to replace... Who was bowled in the last over from
Potts.
Potts?
Yeah. .48 balls. Sort of field is well, it's Hanscom, so they might send someone back to the offside boundary. Yeah, Rain's going back there. going to go on to in goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Hanscom, back up the pitch goes the ball. We are going to take commentary on BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency at the top of the hour into the sports show, if we are still going. 10 minutes away yet. Parkinson is in, back goes Hanscom, and sort of shovels it back towards Parkinson and walks away in disgust with himself. Six balls. Parkinson bowls. Hanscom goes back, cuts it. Rain is out there on the boundary now, so there is no easy four for Hanscom. He remains in his crease and on 136 out of 259 for 8. I wonder what Matt Salisbury's thinking at the moment. As Parkinson is in, Hanscom goes back, turns it past short leg, but he gets his right hand to it there, Clark, and slows it down as it runs out towards Jones. Travaskis warming up again. Goodness, it's dark.
Drops of rain on the window.
Goodness, it's dark. By the minute, it's getting darker.
Actually, I can see a bit of brightness just at the back of this cloud here.
Yeah,
just over the trees.
Yeah, it will get brighter again, but for a while it's going to be like this or worse, and you just wonder whether they will take them off. And as you said, that could be that. Parkinson is in. Hanscom is driving. Rain has come in now, but only as far as point. And he makes the stop, and there's no run.
How many overs did Durham bat this morning before they declared? Was it another 5 or something, or 6?
Yeah, and then they lost 2 as a consequence to the change of innings as well. Parkinson is in, tosses it right up, bounces. He's appealing for a catch behind. No, says umpire Chantry. And Hanscom just looks at them. It was bounce, not bat. I'll have a look at the replay, but Jack Chantry explaining why he didn't give it. No, he shakes his head straight away. Straight away. And Hanscom, who is an approachable sort.
Oh, he's a nice lad.
Says something like, explains to Parkinson, sort of shakes his head. No, it wasn't. Didn't get anything on it. End of the over. 7 to go. 42 balls.
274 for 3, I think, the Aussies. I might declare in a minute.
Yeah, I think they'll be less inclined than Mr. Stokes of Durham.
3.
Yeah, no.
7 overs to go. 7 overs lost this morning by continuing to bat.
It was an astonishing decision, that made, as I say, take these 2 and everybody will forget all about it.
Well, especially in terms of all of this talk about we're going to play positive cricket, we don't want draws.
And there was nothing positive. I mean, they hit out, but there was nothing positive about the decision. It was purely about making sure Leicestershire weren't going to have anything to chase. Can Borthwick do it for his side?
7 overs remaining. Borthwick in, and it's a loopy delivery right at the feet of Barnes. He taps it short to the leg side, no run.
41.
Just need an outside edge here. Badger, they say. Borthwick right arm over, bowling his leg spin, another loopy ball. It squirts through to leg slip.
How did that get down there?
I think he's played that off the toe of the bat between his legs.
I'll watch the replay while you watch the next ball. Yeah, thick inside edge. Bounced. It was down into the ground, but could have gone in to the stumps.
Barnes has faced 39 balls for 5. Oh! He slams his bat down on a full-length ball and it skids backwards and just goes past off stump. That's 40 balls for his 5. Partnership 70.
Yeah, played it down onto his toe and it sort of went to off stump.
Pads up to this one. They're appealing for LBW. It's not given.
No, he wasn't playing a shot. That's the point. But he's still got to be going on to hit the stumps.
Borthwick's appealing that. He pitched it. It was a straight one, and it wasn't going down the leg side. But I tell you what, it was outside the line of off stump when it pitched, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it didn't turn back. It was still going to miss the stumps by a good couple of inches. But it's been an interesting over this. The first one that Barnes has looked a little bit wobbly.
Crowd in the back again. Borthwick in once more. Ooh, he goes forward here. Looks to play at it, and I think it's come off bat and pad and just looped away to safety, just behind Bushnell, who's at silly point. There's another fielder come in there now. Who's that? Brandon Glover's on as a 12th.
I was going to say, it's number 6, Mr. Glover.
Borthwick bowls. Barnes flicks it out through the leg side. It's picked up by Parkinson. Another over has gone. 6 remain.
36 deliveries. That was a good over, though, from the skipper. He asked a lot of questions in it. He got some good bounce as well. And Barnes was not comfortable. Light meters out again. Yeah, he's taking them off. They're coming off, Martin. They are coming off. And I think, you think, that might be it as a consequence. 6 overs remaining, and there's cheers from the Leicestershire faithful. Now, Durham, hands on hips out there. Can't quite believe it. It is desperately gloomy out there, folks. Genuinely. And not the end of the game.
Well, it will be in a few minutes because they can't come back on after 6.
The PA, but a huge applause for Peter Hanscom in particular, who's leaving the field on 136 not out. Outstanding from Hanscom. And from Barnes as well, who's 5 not out of 43 balls. So 259 for 8. The 259 an irrelevance. Leicestershire still 180 needed to win the game. But with 36 overs at that point remaining, Durham needing 2 wickets. The umpires are staying out there, but it is still very, very gloomy. And Durham wandering off a little bit disconsolately.
When Durham were playing at Glamorgan earlier in the year, the umpires decided it would take too long to mop up on the square. They called it off at about 5:30, 25 to 6, and they said it would take more than half an hour to clear up, and you can't restart the game after 6 o'clock on the final day in the county championship. That was what was said at the time.
Well, it is now 3 minutes to 6. Covers are being brought on as precaution, but it is very